Thank you for tuning in to Exeter TV. Exeter TV is the town's public and government access channels, available on Comcast Channels 6 and 22. Channel 6 is your channel. If you have an idea for a program, want to host your own talk show, or submit a film, we're here to get your content on television. On Channel 22, we bring you live and replay coverage of government meetings and other town updates. A third channel, Blue Hawk Media, is operated by SAU 16 and can be found on Channel 8, with all your school sports, events, and meetings. You can watch Exeter TV online at exeternh.tv, Apple TV, and on Roku. Find us on social media for extra content. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and hit the bell to get notified about live streams and new content. Tune in to our platforms every other Friday to watch the Exeter Biweekly Report, with recaps of recent events, updates from town departments, and messages from nonprofits in your area. If you head to our website, exeternh.tv, we invite you to sign up to our newsletter to receive monthly updates about new content, upcoming meetings, and more. We'd like to thank you for taking the time to watch Exeter TV and hope that you tune in to our other content as well.
Good evening and welcome to the January 20th, 2026 Town of Exeter Select Board meeting. The first order of business from between now and 6:40 will be conducting a committee interview in another room, and then the board will be coming back to commence our regular business meeting at approximately 6:40. Thank you. Okay, welcome back to the Town of Exeter Select Board meeting. Today is Tuesday, January 20th, 2026, and this will serve as both Select Board meeting and also the public hearing for the FY26 budget and bonds. I'd like to start by saying good evening to my colleagues on the board, respective town staff, those in attendance, and certainly those at home watching on TV. I'll start by introducing the board. To my right, Selectman Dan Chartrand. Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Chair.
Our Vice Chair, our Vice Chair, Selectwoman Molly Cowan. Good evening.
Hi, everyone. Welcome.
To my left, our clerk, Selectwoman Nancy Belanger. Good evening.
Good evening, everyone.
Selectwoman Julie Gilman. Good evening.
Good evening, everyone.
And all the way to my right, our interim town manager, Melissa Roy. Good evening.
Good evening, everyone.
Our recording secretary, Joanna Bartel. Good evening. And my name is Nico Papakostandis. Our first order of business in our regular business meeting is to read a proclamation as January 9th, 2026 was National Law Enforcement Day. Whereas annually January 9th is nationally recognized as National Law Enforcement Day upon its creation in the year 2015, and whereas multiple organizations worked in collaboration in the creation of National Law Enforcement Day to promote a positive portrayal of police officers among communities and in the news media, and whereas the day recognizes, appreciates, and supports the over 900,000 officers throughout the United States who have chosen the difficult career path of law enforcement officer, and whereas law enforcement officers of every rank and file have chosen a profession that puts their life on the line every day for their communities in answering all calls to public service, are often taken away from their families for long hours, and work with local, state, and federal organizations making communities safer through commanded dedication. Now, therefore, I, Nico Papakostandis, Select Board Chair of the Town of Exeter, do hereby proclaim and affirm January 9th, 2026 as National Law Enforcement Day within the Town of Exeter, New Hampshire. All people are hereby called upon to promote gratitude, respect, and support for law enforcement officers who serve and protect our citizens and uphold the law. In witness whereof, I have hereunto set my hand and caused the seal of the Town of Exeter to be affixed this 20th day of January of the year of our Lord 2026. Thank you. And before we jump into public comment and approval of minutes, we have a recognition this evening, and I'm going to turn it over to our interim town manager, Melissa Roy, for an introduction, please.
Good afternoon, evening, whatever time it is, excuse me. I'd like to introduce Andrew Dorsett and Leanne Monahan. Andrew is the Director of the Office of Housing and Infrastructure Development, and Leanne is the Housing Champion Program Manager, and they're going to speak to us today about an award that the town of Exeter has, or a designation that the town of Exeter has received. You're good.
Yeah.
You just talk.
Good evening, Select Board.
Good evening. Welcome.
Town of Exeter. Thank you for having us. So just briefly, I'll give a background on what got us to this point, generally speaking. So several years ago, there was recognition that there was a housing crisis across the state of New Hampshire. A number of employers, large businesses and small, have been reaching out to the governor's office and letting their voice be heard about a problem of being able to grow or even sustain the businesses that we have due to shortage of adequate housing across the state of New Hampshire. So out of that, they created the Invest New Hampshire program. The state put $100 million towards addressing the housing crisis, and through that program, we created a series of programs that involved the capital program, which was $64 million. So it went directly to capital projects throughout the state of New Hampshire to create affordable housing, of which Exeter has the largest project in the state, which is Gateway at Exeter, which is underway at this time. We also created a municipal per unit program. That program incentivized municipalities that permitted affordable housing projects quickly. That was about $16 million that went to that program. We also had a demolition grant program. The demolition program was just around $12 million. That program was set to make ready parcels for either community redevelopment, green spaces, or historic reuse of buildings. We also had the Municipal Planning and Zoning Grant Program, and that was in partnership with New Hampshire Housing, UNH Cooperative Extension, and also Plan New Hampshire. That program was a great success, just under $8 million. And really out of that program, which helped to educate boards and commissions, it also helped do audits of planning and zoning ordinances and really get communities of the willing ready to step up and be ready to create housing in their community. And out of that program, the Housing Champions program came, and the Housing Champions program, I'll get into all the details of that. Leanne is our state housing champion director. But I just to really quickly say what kind of an issue is out there. I think according to our studies back in 2020, we showed by 2025 we would be down statewide by 32,000 units, and by 2030, 59,000 units. The First Invest New Hampshire program was able to touch about 4,700 units. So you can see we're really just, it's a drop in the bucket. It is a move in the right direction. And I think the new Housing Champions program, from what we've seen, is actually having, I think, a greater dollar per unit impact. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Leanne.
Thanks. And just to follow up on the HOP program, which was the Housing Opportunities Planning Grant, I believe Exeter participated in that grant. So you are a HOP community, so you understand how that helped to get you through the Housing Champion as well application. I don't even know if the same people are here that did the application. I know Kristen wasn't here tonight, unfortunately, but there was also, is it Darren Sharples?
Dave Sharples.
Dave Sharples.
Yep, and
Right,
Darren
and
Winham.
Russ was the, right? Was
Russ
the
Dean, former town manager.
Right, we're involved really in the application, but it really is, a town-wide commitment doing this application and getting this through. So just telling you a little bit, the housing, I'm sure you're aware, the Housing Champion Program is a voluntary program, and it is for communities of the willing, and Exeter has shown that they want to be pro-housing. We started the program in 2024. We had 18 communities initially in 2024 who became housing champions. Exeter was part of the second round, and we had 10 communities that came out as awardees in the second round. So we have a total of 28 communities now that are housing champions. And you have, in your application, it represented that you were pro-multifamily housing, that you allow multifamily housing in many of your residential areas. I know ADUs was part of your zoning application, as well as infrastructure is a big part. And I know you had extensive amount of infrastructure going on in Exeter, both in the sewer and the water. I think there were like 5 projects, if I remember correctly, on your application for sewer infrastructure, which is, very important if you're going to continue housing. And I believe your transportation had to do with building sidewalks in a few areas. So you scored very high as an applicant, and we're very excited that Exeter is a housing champion. We did distribute funds in our grant portion of our program, which was in the first year. We had $5 million, and of that $5 million, we had $3.5 million that went to infrastructure. That went out after the first round of applications of awardees. So the first 18 communities applied for that. Unfortunately, we don't have funding going forward right now. We're hoping that we will. But we do have incentives for towns. We are working with different agencies within the state of New Hampshire that will give housing champion communities access or a leg up. They're including, DES has said they're willing to put 10 points on their grant application for the
Clean Water State Revolving Loan Fund.
Thank you.
CWSR.
So any housing champion community that applies for that, they get an extra 10 points, which is significant on their application. We're working with CDFA, Plan NH, DOT, all who are looking to give housing champion communities an advantage in their application process. So there is still some advantages to being a housing champion, if not only to help create more housing for the state of New Hampshire. So we are very excited that Exeter has become part of that small group right now, but hopefully growing group of communities in New Hampshire that are housing champions. And we commend you for your work, and you're looking into the future. So congratulations to the town of Exeter. And if we could, we'd like to do the presentation.
Please.
Oh, I'm sorry, Heather wants to speak. Where's Heather? I'm sorry. I'm going to give Heather a minute just to speak before we continue on.
Hello there. Good evening. Thank you for having us. My name is Heather Shank. I'm the Director for the Division of Planning and Community Development at BEA. Really just wanted to say congratulations to Exeter. We are really happy to be able to offer this award to honor communities like Exeter that either already were pro-housing and doing whatever they could to incentivize and construct housing in your community, or have made changes to your zoning and your regulations and your master plans to, expedite housing in your community. This helps not just your community, but the state as a whole as we work together to address the housing issues in the state. We are happy to be able to support you in every way that we can, where we continue to sort of investigate how to expand the incentives of the program so that we have more to offer. And of course, we do hope that we'll be able to support you with further grants or funds moving into the future. So thank you for the work you've done. Congratulations to your community.
Thank you very much.
Nico, if I may.
Yes.
I would just like to say, so Dave Sharples is out on leave. We hope to have him back soon, so he's a really integral part to this. Darren Wynnum, unfortunately, is homesick today, and he was supposed to be here. And Kristen Murphy had an emergency, so we had planned to have everybody here, and they couldn't make it, but we're so thankful for this. We are really working very hard on these housing initiatives, although, as you know, it's very difficult. So I wanted to say thank you.
I was going to say something similar, Mr. Chair, if that's okay.
Of course.
Our land use department, which is led by Dave Sharples, and Kristen Murphy and Darren Wynnum are also part of that, as is Doug.
Barb, back.
Yeah, all of them have worked very hard on this issue of housing availability. And they really are our leaders at the municipal level. So I wanted to recognize all four of them. They get it. The Tax Increment Finance District out on Epping Road that allowed us to do the infrastructure that you talked about really set us up to have that gateway project, which is moving forward in 2026. Darren worked tirelessly setting up that tax increment finance district, and he had the support of all the other land use personnel, Dave, Kristen, Doug. So it's just, it's a real team effort amongst our town staff, and then obviously our land use boards and committees. Right. This select board is very supportive of the housing initiatives. In particular, Nancy Belanger has served on the Housing Advisory Committee and has been a loud voice and a tireless champion for housing in this town. So it's really an effort across volunteers, select board, and elected officials, and our town staff. And we appreciate the recognition. Thank you.
Thank you. Any comment?
Dan hit all of the check marks, so I want to thank you for this. And also, I would love to see funding, of course, restored.
Absolutely.
But at this point, I'll look at the glass half full part of this, and at least there's the advantages to the fundings of grants and things like that. So that's something. So we appreciate this designation very much.
Right.
Thank you. And from our end too, it's been a partnership, I think, with the community, not just with the community, but also the legislature, the House and the Senate. And your executive counselor too has been really supportive through the whole process. And just really appreciate the team effort that it takes to get here. And I think that, Exeter is proof, especially as Gateway is moving forward, to see like tax and criminal financing, all the tools, different tools that have been put into place are effective. And hopefully the rest of the state can see that. So thank you.
Can I shout out one more that I forgot?
Not if it's going to be the one I'm going to shout out.
Is it?
Go ahead.
a valuable partner for the town of Exeter on this front is the Rockingham Planning Commission, and we would be remiss not to talk about them. Is that who you're going to talk about? So RPC is so helpful to us.
That's great.
Yeah.
Yes. Good catch.
I'll be quiet now. You can.
No, listen. No, and again, not to repeat what everyone said, but it just goes without saying that our planning staff, led by Dave Sharples, again with Kristen and Darren and Doug, we need to recognize them. But also our state reps here in Exeter, one of whom sits on the board with us, Selectwoman Gilman, and also our senator here, state senator here. We thank you for your support and everything that you do and your voices up in Concord. So I'd like to recognize them as well.
Yeah, I love this program, and I've loved it since it was instituted. I'm sorry we didn't get it funded this year.
It's a tough year.
Next year is another year.
Right.
And I was excited when a fellow representative got the Partners in Housing bill passed, and looking forward to using that. I think it's something that Exeter can use.
Great.
And I was just so mad that we didn't get it funded. But I really, this program is so imaginative, and I'm really kind of honored I am honored to be a part of the program. And I thank you very much for seeing Exeter for the work that we've done.
Thank you.
And do you want to say
Would you like to say a few words?
Thank you. I'm Senator Deborah Altschuler for Senate District 24, and I would just like to commend Exeter because this program, it's Housing Champions, but it is known as the honorees are called the Communities of the Willing, and there is not an insignificant friction up at the State House between those who would like to do programs like Housing Champions to provide incentives for towns to really embrace moving forward in housing and creating housing in a creative way versus another group that would just like to create statewide zoning edicts. And I don't think that works for anyone. Exeter, being one of the largest awardees, has really shown and given us a lot to work with in the next year. Representative Gilman and I, on opposite sides of the wall, as they say, are so excited to keep this program alive because Exeter has shown other towns how to do it. And Exeter was so forward-thinking and really got all the points. So, like, really did, because this select board and the housing advocates truly embraced the program and didn't look for ways around it, but just dove straight in. So thank you so much for believing in it and moving right into the center of it. And you have given a template to other towns, and some of them here in District 24, so good on you. Love that. And hopefully when we get some funding, we'll be ready to do it again. So congratulations. Let's go.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Can't wait to see the gateway grow.
Me too. I would like to say that when we come up against these mandated zoning options that just aren't good for every community, I've tried to show them what the tools are in Exeter that have been successful, like the TIF and 79E and 162K. I can roll off the RSAs, but the mixed-use neighborhood development, I thought it is a fabulous tool that no one knows about. And unfortunately, I sit on the municipal and county, well, no, it's not unfortunate that I sit on the municipal and county government
No, it's
committee.
very fortunate that you sit on the municipal and county government
But
committee.
what is unfortunate is that we used to get the zoning and housing bills, but now they've set up a whole housing committee, the House Housing Committee, which is the more unmanaged side of the, in my opinion, anyway. So I'm hoping that some of the folks on that committee will look at your program and really take the advice of how fortunate it is, what we can get for it, and maybe scratch their heads about the mandating thing. Either mandate what you're doing, or do a double take on the effects of what our proposed bills do.
Yeah, I mean, the program really is the communities of the willing, and I think even though we didn't receive funding through the legislature this year, really gives us time to start focusing on those other incentives so that the state agencies can really focus the revenue that they do have for grants on communities that are ready and open for growth, so you can really maximize those limited resources to those communities of the willing. So
Everything you cover in this program is so important, and they're all interconnected. So I do hope we are able to get some funding back for this. It's so important.
thank you.
Well, thank you for coming out this evening. We appreciate it. Please. Of course.
I was just saying, I'll let you guys.
Do the, I don't know where you want to do the photo or.
We can come up there.
By the seal or?
We could come line up here. Yeah. Should we go over there?
Yeah, typically we go out front.
Okay, I'll go this way.
Sit and stand. Oh, sorry. I'm so sorry. No, I'm like, it seems so obvious to me. I'm so sorry. Who's accepting that? Heather, come on over here.
I do this instead of long, the sideways and fit in that.
Yeah, I love that. You've got this down. Wow, Justin. Wow. Now I have your hand in my photo. Love that. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Perfect. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Congratulations. Because we'll be back in, really, thank you. Thank you. You guys are smart.
Probably.
More parents listed.
Yeah, my husband's family.
Oh, sure. Yes.
Settled. Great.
Oh, of course. It's so fun.
Now we're all over.
Nice to meet you.
I'm usually there, I'm actually in your building, just taking it down. Second Friday of every month. I'll have to talk to the guy.
Keep up those good webinars, too. Those, the learning webinars.
Oh, yeah.
Unbelievably important. Thank you. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks again.
Wish Dave was here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thanks. Oh, glasses, somebody?
Okay, so continuing with our agenda this evening, next up is public comment. This is an opportunity for members of the public to come up and offer comment to the board. We do ask if your comments are relative to an agenda item, you wait until that agenda item comes up. But I will pause to see if there's any public comment this evening. And there doesn't appear to be anybody online. We'll move on. Next agenda item is the approval of our minutes from our January 5th meeting. Are there any revisions or amendments to the minutes?
I have none.
None? Okay. Seeing none, I'd entertain a motion to approve the Town of Exeter Select Board regular meeting minutes of January 5th, 2026.
So moved.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. We have no appointments and recognitions, so we will jump right into our budget and bond hearing. Before I read the legal notice, I will read the Exeter Town Warrant 2026 to the inhabitants of the town of Exeter and the county of Rockingham in the said state qualified to vote in town affairs. The first session of town meeting, you are hereby notified that the first session, which is the deliberative session of the annual town meeting, will be held on Saturday, January 31st, 2026, beginning at 9 a.m. at the Arthur L. Hanson III Center for the Performing Arts at Exeter High School, 1 Blue Hawk Drive. The first session will consist of explanation, discussion, and debate of each of the following warrant articles and will also afford voters who are present the opportunity to propose, debate, and adopt amendments to warrant articles, except those articles in which wording is prescribed by state law. The second session of the annual town meeting to elect town officers by official ballot and to vote on all warrant articles as they may have been amended at that first session will be held on Tuesday, March 10th, 2026 at the Talbot Gymnasium at the Tuck Learning Center, 30 Linden Street. Polls for voting by official ballot will open at 7 a.m. and close at 8 p.m. At this time, I will read the legal notice of public hearing. Town of Exeter 2026 bonds. The Exeter Select Board hereby gives notice of a public hearing pursuant to RSA 33:8A on the following projects requiring bonds and notes as part of the fiscal year 2026 town warrant. There are three. The first is the Surface Water Treatment Plant Design Phase 2 for $2 million. The second is a water treatment plan residuals disposal, $500,000. And the third is a nitrogen reduction program equipment purchase of a street sweeper for $412,000. The public hearing will be held on Tuesday, January 20th, 2026, commencing at 7 p.m. in the Exeter Town Offices, Novak Room, 10 Front Street, Exeter, New Hampshire. The public is encouraged to attend. And this was posted on December 23rd, 2025. At this time, I would entertain a motion to open the public hearing for the Town of Exeter 2026 bonds.
So moved.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Public hearing is open. Okay, the first article is Article 6, Surface Water Treatment Plant Design and Engineering Phase 2. To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $2 million for the purpose of Phase 2 design and engineering of a new surface water treatment plant, including evaluation for cost-saving measures and alternatives, and to authorize the issuance of not more than $2 million of bonds or notes in accordance with the provisions of the Municipal Finance Act, RSA 33, and further to authorize the Select Board to issue, negotiate, sell, and deliver such bonds or notes, and to determine the rate of interest thereon and the maturity and other items thereof, and further to authorize the Select Board to apply for, obtain, accept, and expend federal, state, or other aid, if any, including principal forgiveness, which may become available for this project, and to comply with all laws applicable to such project, and further to authorize the Select Board to take in any other action or pass any other vote relative thereto. Without impairing the general obligation nature of the bonds or notes, it is anticipated that debt service will be paid from the water fund. Bond payments would begin approximately 1 year after issuance. This requires a 3/5 ballot vote required for approval. And I would open it up to discussion. Public Works Director, Mr. Cronin, good evening.
Sure. Thank you. So the intent of this article is to advance, as it says, the next phase of design for the surface water treatment plant project. So back in 2024, voters appropriated $500,000 for preliminary planning and design of a new surface water treatment plant. That process is ongoing right now. It's included evaluation of the existing facility and the site. We've looked at treatment technologies, yield of our surface water supplies. One of the big components of that is a pilot study that'll be happening this spring, which will hopefully help us nail down exactly what treatment technology we're looking to have in the new plant. As you know, the existing plant is outdated and we're having a very difficult time meeting current regulations. So this money is going to be from Drinking Water SRF. There is a $500,000 principal forgiveness component to that as well. So we're looking to leverage that to, again, advance design as we look to replace this plant.
And unfortunately, we are not able to put that information within the bond warrant language. So what we will be doing is in the educational packets where we're educating the voters on each of the warrants, we will let them know that there's a $500,000 loan forgiveness portion of this. So we expect the total dollar amount for the town of Exeter to be 1.5 million. And then the rest of it will be on a low interest loan through the state. But unfortunately, it's drinking water, right?
Correct.
Drinking water requires us to put the entire amount of the project on the warrant.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. Are there any members of the public that wish to speak to this article?
Okay. Couple of questions.
If you could go up to the microphone, sir, and just state your name and address for the record, and we'd be happy to answer your questions.
Awesome. My name's Ron Buell. I live on Pine Street. I'm kind of curious, so this is phase 2. So phase 3, I assume, would be the actual construction.
Correct.
What is the time frame that you're thinking between design phase and when construction starts?
So design would be happening over the course of the next year. I think we had intended to bring this forward in 2028 for construction.
We're talking about 28, 29. We need to see what's happening within the warrant, what's happening with our debt service, and what our opportunities are for funding or grants. But this would help us design what we need and figure out the best location so that we can then go for grant funding.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you for your question. Any other members of the public? Bring it back to the board. Are there any questions or comments for staff? Mr. Chartrand.
I do have a couple of questions. First of all, when was the existing surface water treatment plant built?
So there are elements of that plant that date back to the late 1800s. It's gone through a number of upgrades over the years. The most recent one, I think, back in 2021, I believe, for...
Oh, the clarifiers.
Yes, so, but yeah, there's, we're over 100 years old at this point on some of those pieces of equipment.
And then just two more questions. Can you talk a little bit about the surface water treatment plant's place in our strategy to have a suite of water sources?
Yep. So we rely on both groundwater and surface water right now. One of the challenges that we have with surface water is that it's high in organics, so it does tend to produce disinfection byproducts. The current plant has challenges removing those organics, so really we need to upgrade our technologies to do that. We have expanded our capacities on the groundwater side as well. We're currently in permitting for a new source. We actually plan to put that project out to bid sometime next week. But that will shift our reliance for our drinking water primarily to groundwater with surface water supplementing, which is a bit of a change from what we're currently doing.
So just to emphasize what you just said, we will continue to have a mixed and diverse strategy going forward, but the emphasis will shift to groundwater with surface water supplementing that.
Exactly.
Which is kind of a flip-flop of where we are now.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. And then a question for you, Corey. As our finance director, can you talk about where the impact of a project like this, if it's approved, will hit?
So it would eventually show up in our water fund rates. So not a tax rate. It would come through fees that users pay for using water in town.
So folks on the water and sewer system would pay for this? Water system, right, because sometimes they're separate. Thank you, that's a good point. So it will have no impact on real estate property taxes?
As I understand, I've seen a model that says we're going to include general plans.
Thanks for answering my questions, all of you. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Chartrand. Any other questions from the board?
No, other than I think over 100 years, we've done really great at tweaking everything we could out of that plant.
It doesn't owe us anything, that's for sure.
Right. I mean, if I remember correctly, in 2014, it might have been, that I had a tour, and our employees had devised ways. You weren't here then, but you probably have heard of ways of recycling some of the water and things. So they've gone above and beyond and done a great job trying to get everything we could out of that plant.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments?
Just to share your mic.
Well, I was going to. Go ahead.
Sorry.
Selectwoman Graham.
I just want to mention that I think in 2008, or actually before that, was another bill like or a warrant article like this, but it was asking for $4 million. So it's interesting that the $4 million has come down to $2 million in subsequent years. Although I don't recall if that included the construction too.
I believe it did. I'm not positive. I wasn't here at the time, but yeah. So this is just the design component. As part of this, we'll be coming up with opinions of probable cost for construction that would help inform whatever future article is for construction.
Yeah.
Just a follow-up comment to Dan's and to the residents, like, we need to start planning for this despite the fact that it is just a water impact. It's not like tax rate where we get to the end of the year and we set our rate based on what we approved in March. This is this is coming, and it will be a multi-million, to say the least, type of project, which means we need to sit down as a team and understand now what we need to do to rates to absorb it so we don't really catch people off guard when we need the money to pay the debt service.
So
Not
that's
like the sewer plant we did.
So that's part of what this $2 million goes towards, is designing so we understand the cost and how we need to ramp up the rates to cover that cost.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it includes rate analysis, but we are talking about what has to happen next on rate analysis.
And of course, our Water and Sewer Advisory Chair, Bob Kelly, will be involved in that conversation as well.
Indeed, yes.
Thank you. Anything else?
No, thank you.
Seeing no other questions or comments, I would entertain a motion for the Select Board to recommend Article 6 as written.
Want us to vote individually? Yes?
I would make that motion to recommend. Or are we voting individually?
No.
We haven't done that in the past.
Usually all those, well, we have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
It's a motion and a second. Any discussion?
Yes, I'm going to recommend this unreservedly. That's my discussion.
All those in favor of the motion signify, please, by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion passes 4-0. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, before
Yes.
you start the next one, so we, in this instance, will be putting recommended or not recommended by the board. Would you like your vote that is recommending it to go to deliberative to count as your recommendation? It can be double. Do you know what I'm saying? So it would be recommended by the board, in this case 5-0.
Yes.
You voted to put it to the warrant, and we're using those as the same thing.
That was the motion,
Okay,
right?
I just want to make sure.
Yeah, just to be clear, my motion was to recommend this to our voters. And I'll be a little better on my lingo in the future if I'm doing that.
That's how we've typically, done it. We entertain the motion. The motion is made to recommend to the voters. Was there something you wanted to add?
No, there are some communities that do them as separate, so they recommend to put them to the warrant, which is to let the people vote, and then they also have a recommendation, maybe you don't all agree on something. So
No, typically,
This is fine.
we've made the
Yep.
motion
I
to
just wanted
recommend
to
that it
make
goes to the voters.
To decide,
Yep.
yeah.
really,
Yep.
that works.
Do you want the motions to be twofold, to go to the warrant and to recommend? Would that be better?
We've always made the motion to recommend that the
Okay.
article be put on the warrant as written, unless
fine.
we come up with a revision, or there have been instances where we have not recommended that it go on the warrant.
And then that becomes our recommendation
Correct.
to the voters as well.
Correct.
Serves two purposes. Got it. Thank you.
Yeah, because
We only do this once a year, so we.
The way we've always.
I'm more comfortable with the way we've always done it because I think it's up to the voters and I don't want to try to weigh in on that. So, thank you.
I mean, it's been rare, but there have been instances where the vote was unanimous that it not be recommended to the voters. And if that's the case, then it stays off the warrant.
Got it.
Again, that's happened rarely, but it has happened. I'm looking at you, Mr. Kelly, because I think it was, about 5 or 6 years ago, the Public Works design, when the board voted not to recommend that it go on the warrant. It was for the study to
Right.
yeah, 2021. Okay. Moving on, Article 7, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $500,000 for the purpose of water treatment plant residuals disposal and to authorize the issuance of not more than $500,000 of bonds or notes in accordance with the provisions of the Municipal Finance Act, RSA 33, and further to authorize the Select Board to issue, negotiate, sell, and deliver such bonds or notes, and to determine the rate of interest thereon and the maturity and other items thereof, and further to authorize the Select Board to apply for, obtain, accept, and expend federal, state, or other aid, if any, including principal forgiveness, which may become available for this project, and to comply with all laws applicable to such project, and further to authorize the Select Board to take any other action or pass any other vote relative thereto. Without impairing the general obligation nature of the bonds or notes, it is anticipated that debt service will be paid from the water fund. Bond payments would begin approximately 1 year after issuance, and this article would require 3/5 ballot vote required for approval. Mr. Cronin?
Yep, so the purpose of this article is to address a periodic maintenance issue with the existing surface water treatment plant. As the interim town manager said, our intent is to bring forward an article in 28 or 29 for replacement of this facility. We anticipate that construction could be up to 2 construction seasons, so the existing plant will need to remain operational while the new one is built. So as part of the treatment process, we remove a number of inorganic and organic materials from the water, and then that gets removed through a backwashing process. That backwash water then goes into a holding lagoon, and those materials then settle out, and we decant water off the top of that. Those lagoons are now full at this point, and we need to remove and treat that sludge and transport it off-site and dispose of it. So this $500,000 is intended to do all of those things.
Thank you.
And we did have a discussion on whether or not this could wait, right? Because we're talking about presenting a new plant in the next few years. But what, in our discussion, it was in the best interest to keep this plant going as long as we can. So that is why you're seeing something for a new plant and also an investment in the current plant, because we need it to make it as long as we can.
Any questions or comments from the public? Okay, seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board. Any questions or comments from the board?
So I have the same question for this that I had on the earlier one, Mr. Finance Director. Where would the impact of this hit?
Water fund again.
Again,
Yep.
Thank you.
All right. Anything else? Seeing none, I would entertain a motion to recommend that Article 7 be placed on the warrant as written.
So moved.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Thank you. Okay, and the last bond is Article 8, the nitrogen reduction program, equipment purchase of a street sweeper. To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $412,000 for the purchase of enhancing the nitrogen reduction program by purchasing a new street sweeper to be used to meet EPA nitrogen reduction permit requirements, and to implement an enhanced sweeping program, and to authorize the issuance of not more than $412,000 of bonds or notes in accordance with the provisions of the Municipal Finance Act, RSA 33, and further to authorize the Select Board to issue, negotiate, sell, and deliver such bonds or notes, and to determine the rate of interest thereon and the maturity of other terms thereof, and further to authorize the Select Board to apply for, accept, obtain, and expend federal, state, or other aid, if any, including principal forgiveness, which may become available for this project, and to comply with all laws applicable to such project, and further to authorize the Select Board to take any other action or to pass any other vote relative thereto. the debt service to be paid from the general fund. The estimated tax impact FY for the fiscal year is 3 cents. The second fiscal year, 3 cents. The third fiscal year, 3 cents. The fourth fiscal year, 3 cents. Fifth fiscal year, 2 cents per 1,000 assessed valuation. Based on the town's 2025 net valuation, I lost my place, I'm sorry. Based on the town's 2025 net valuation of $3,501,043,853, which may vary in future years, assumes a 5-year bond at 3.24% interest. Bond payments would begin approximately 1 year after issuance. This requires a 3/5 ballot vote required for approval. Mr. Cronin.
So this is a repeat of an article that we actually brought forward last year that narrowly failed at the ballot. The intent of this article is to leverage some clean water SRF funding to help the department meet two needs for the town. One being the replacement of our aging street sweeper. The other is to help us comply with our Great Bay total nitrogen permit. So our wastewater treatment plant operates under specialized permit for Great Bay. It requires us to reduce non-point sources of pollution. One of the ways we can do that is by removing nutrients and contaminants on our roads and in our drainage system. Sweeping and an enhanced sweeping program would help us do that. So the purpose of the program is to identify areas that are high impact for pollution and to try to target those and sweep them more frequently. There's two components to the SRF. One is a planning component, which is the enhanced sweeping program. That would be $12,000. There's 100% principal forgiveness for that component. The other is $400,000 for the street sweeper replacement, and there's 25% principal forgiveness on that loan amount.
Thank you. Anything to add?
So, like Director Cronin said, we had this on last year, and I think one of the biggest things that we would like to explain to voters is, like Steve said, so you mow your grass, you've got clippings in the street. It is far easier for us and more effective to pick that up off the street than it is to go into our stormwater system and have to treat it, because those grass clippings have whatever fertilizer you put on it, and most times that fertilizer is not good for our system. So it isn't a beautification piece of equipment, and I think there was some confusion about that in last year's voting. This is a very significant piece of our nitrogen reduction program.
Thank you. And I think it's important to note that because it did just barely not pass last year. Folks thought it was just, new piece of equipment for the beautification of the streets. But it is so critical for this initiative. And I think we've done a better job this year of communicating that, both with the Budget Recommendations Committee and then work we've done here. So I'd open it up to any members of the public that wish to speak to this article. Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board. Are there any questions or comments? Mr. Chartrand.
So if we were to not meet the obligations of our nitrogen reduction program, what would the impact of that be?
Upgrades to the treatment process at the plant to further reduce nitrogen levels.
And that would be a hell of a lot more expensive than $412,000, less the subsidies that are being offered.
Absolutely.
So this is pennies on the dollar, maybe less than. Okay, so we would be smart to do this.
Yes.
We'd save ourselves a lot of headache and trouble and our precious coin if we were to do this.
Yes.
Thank you.
Our current MS4 permit is at one rate, and I think the new regulations are at lower rates, correct?
Yep, so one of the requirements of permits is every time it gets renewed, it has to be more stringent than the one you currently have. So unfortunately, the restrictions or the requirements that we're going to face down the road are going to be even more than we face now. So anything we can do to try to avoid those is good value.
Any other questions or comments?
Aging, it's the current one we have, it's aging. Can you
Yep. So
elaborate a little on the condition?
It's a 2015 sweeper. They typically have a 6 to 8 year life, so we've obviously exceeded that. It's undergone some significant repair in the past couple of years. It was actually involved in a pretty big accident last year. Fortunately, we were able to use some insurance money to get it back on the road, but unfortunately, it's not the most reliable piece of equipment that we have at this point.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Okay, seeing none, I would entertain a motion to recommend Article 8 to be placed on the warrant as written.
So moved.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those signify please by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed? Motion carries.
I'll be
Thank
right
you.
back.
I was just going to ask, was the door locked?
Yes.
Okay.
It is. I'm going to go down and unlock it. I've got it. I can hear. I'm not going to stop it.
While Selectwoman Blanchard does that, so there are 3 bond articles on this warrant. That was the third of 3. Mr. Chair, can you talk about the strategy behind having so few and slimming it down?
Sure. And we're going to get into the general fund operating budget in just a few minutes, but working with the executive team and the department heads earlier this year, along with the chair of the Budget Recommendations Committee, we realized over the last couple of years that we'd asked a lot of our residents and our voters, particularly with the public safety complex and some of the other higher-priced public works initiatives that are required to continue running our town, ensuring that we have clean water, et cetera. It's old infrastructure, and through the last couple of years, we've asked for a lot. Additionally, we've had some opportunities where we had we were given the opportunity to ask the voters to expend money to purchase 10 Hampton Road. And that was for just under $2 million, which just opened in December of '25. It's a nice multi-general community center. So through the last couple of years, we've asked a lot of the voters. We're going to get into the budget in a little bit. The budget is a little higher this year. And the reason that the budget is higher this year is because we're realizing the first year of debt service on the new public safety building. We're realizing the first year of the 3 collective bargaining agreements that we brought to the voters in March and they voted in favor of. And unfortunately, as we've seen a trend across the country, we had an almost 20% increase in health insurance premiums. So just those 3 things alone constituted almost 90% of what the budget increase is going to be. So recognizing that, we asked our departments to go back and look at just the bare minimum of what we could bring to the voters this year. Certainly, we have a lot of other projects that we would like to do, that we need to do, but we wanted to keep the warrant as light and lean as we could. We're going to see as we start getting into some of the other warrant articles, you're going to notice that there are some articles that are not there this year. For instance, capital improvement funds that we've traditionally asked voters for, we've paused a lot because we recognize this is a tough year. So that's why you only see 3 bond articles this year.
So 3 bond articles. To repeat myself, 2 of them impact the water fund and the water users, not the taxpayers, and 1, the street sweeper, does impact the taxpayers. And that's the smallest of the 3.
It's the smallest of the 3. It was on the ballot last year. It's an important initiative, and Mr. Cronin, just explained to us, what would happen if we are not able to purchase this. But I do want to say that we do understand, and what you're saying is absolutely accurate, that it does not; those first 2 do not affect property taxes, but we do recognize that most folks do pay water and sewer bills. And we're cognizant of that. So it's a balancing act, and we're doing the best that we can to try to not impact folks that significantly this year.
But it is also true that the water fund does not have the percentage increase this year.
That is correct.
The water budget that
and we'll see that later.
That the general budget does. Thank you.
Any other comments on the bonds before we move on? Okay, then I would entertain a motion to close the public hearing for the Town of Exeter 2025 bonds.
So moved.
Second.
Sorry, Molly.
It's a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion passes. Public hearing on the bonds is closed. Second legal notice was a notice of public hearing for the Town of Exeter 2026 operating budget. The Exeter Select Board hereby gives notice of a public hearing on the Town of Exeter fiscal year 2026 operating budget and all financial and other warrant articles on Tuesday, January 20th, 2026 at 7 p.m. in the Novak Room at the Exeter Town Office. This hearing will be held pursuant to RSA 32:5 and RSA 40:13, and this was dated December 23rd, 2025. At this time, I would entertain a motion to open the Town of Exeter 2026 operating budget hearing.
So moved.
Second.
It's a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Public hearing is open. Article 10, 2026 General Fund Operating Budget. Shall the Town of Exeter raise and appropriate as an operating budget, not including appropriations by special warrant articles and other appropriations voted separately, the amounts set forth on the budget posted with the warrant or as amended by vote of the first session for the purposes set forth therein, totaling $27,325,353. Should this article be defeated, the default budget shall be $26,863,334, which is the same as last year, with certain adjustments required by previous action of the Town of Exeter or by law, or the governing body may hold one special meeting in accordance with RSA 40:13, Roman numeral 10, and Roman numeral 16 to take up the issue of a revised operating budget only. The estimated tax impact is 67 cents per thousand assessed property value or $67 per 100,000 assessed property value. A majority vote is required. And Ms. Roy, I'll turn it over to you and Mr. Stevens, please.
Thank you. So Corey and I are going to present this year's general fund operating budget. So this year, and I'm doing two different things here, we have in FY25, we had an approved budget of $24,456,326. This year's FY26 Select Board proposed budget is $27,325,353, which is an increase of 11.7% on our general fund operating budget. So as Chair Papakostantis just mentioned, there are three significant budget drivers in our operating budget this year that make up approximately 87% of our budget increase. Those three things are our debt service requirements, the second year of our CBA contracts, and our insurances. And we're going to talk a little bit more about each of those here. So debt service, we had our police and fire substation come on our general fund operating budget this year for approximately $1.6 million. It's a project that we haven't had a project that is solely on the general fund of this magnitude in quite some time. So it's a pretty significant increase for us. We were able to retire $370,000 worth of debt. And the new debt service for the year made up of the police and fire substation, the Linden Street Bridge rehab, and the Public Works fuel island. You can see in the chart each year we have had slow, small increments, incremental changes to our debt service, and then you can see the spike in 2026, and that is the majority. The majority of that comes from the police and fire substation. The second major budget driver is our collective bargaining agreements. They were put on the warrant last year. They were very necessary for us to keep our staff, which we were struggling to have staff. But in year one, it is a 6-month cost, and year two, it's the full 12-month cost. So we're seeing the full 12-month cost of our collective bargaining agreements in 2026. So this represents 19% of the increase for 2026. Our third main budget driver is insurances. First, both health and property and liability. First, we have our health insurance. As Chairperson Papakwistens said, we have 2 healthcare plans that we offer our employees. One came in with a 14.5% increase, and the other one came in with an 18.8% increase on the premium payments. Our dental plan received a 4.4% rate increase. And the way that Health Trust works, there's a pool rating, a general pool rating, and then based on our claims, we get an additional rating for our total rating. Healthcare costs for the general fund increased 11.3% year over year, reflecting these premium increases. This number also includes changes in employee benefit elections. So for example, I had a child, so now instead of a 2-person plan, I need a family plan, or I no longer need insurance, I take the health buyout. So there are some changes, so that 11.3% is not just premiums, it is a multifaceted number. The other insurance that we saw a spike in cost was our property and liability insurance. We had previously been part of a program, a 3-year program that allowed us to have measured increases and to know in advance what those were. Primex, our insurance company, decided to sunset that program but didn't give us a heads up. So that was a choice that they made. So we saw some pretty significant increases that we weren't quite prepared for. But luckily, we had reserved a 20% reserve for health insurance increases. So we were able to cover that. We had a little bit of extra, which we had put aside, not knowing what our health insurance increases were, to deal with this property and liability increase that we received. So, for example, our liability insurance increased by $96,000, which is split between water, sewer, and general fund. So these insurance increases represent 11.6% of the overall general fund budget increase for '26. Some additional items to note.
No, I'm sorry, just two things that I think it's important for the public to understand. One, I believe it was a 40% increase on that liability insurance. Is that the right number?
I think it was 36.9.
36, okay. And then the other is just so people understand that the health insurance, when you said that there was a percentage that was set aside because we don't know, there's a reason why we have to do that. It's the timing.
So we start our budget process in June and July, and the rates are not set until October. So to make sure that we're not left stranded in October, that we didn't budget appropriately, we budget a 20% increase. It's not always 20%. It actually used to be 10%. And over the last 2 years, we've increased it to 20 so that we can continue with the budget process efficiently and effectively and not essentially have to start over in October. So that's the reserve that I'm talking about.
Thank you.
It isn't that we would keep it, we don't keep it in there as extra if we weren't going to use it.
I just didn't want anyone to misunderstand that.
Thank you for asking. I should have explained that better.
The other thing I would just note is I don't know that Primex had a choice in the matter when it comes to sunsetting the program that we were a part of. I think the part that caught us off guard was the notification process.
So that reserve is really there because of our form of government, in effect. Our form of government tends to be inflexible about when we approve things and fund them. It happens once a year. It's the only $40 million operation I know of that basically funds things once a year. So it's the beauty of our system is that it's very participatory for our voters, and the downside of it is that it's incredibly inflexible. One decision a year. Everyone gets to play, though, so that's good.
And our Budget Recommendation Committee, I'm not going to speak for them, the chair is here if he'd like to speak on this, but we do that process, the 20%, so that we're not in the middle of their process, we're not increasing it. If anything, they're excited to see a decrease. So, thank you.
I can always tell you it's right around the first or second week in October, and we're all, crossing our fingers. So some additional items that do affect our 26 budget. 2025 was a very strange year. It happens every 11 years. We've talked about this before where we had 27 pay periods. So that affected the 25 budget. So there are some changes when you look at 25 versus 26 due to that. And the FY26 budget does contain a 4% cost of living wage adjustment. There are no steps. Our employees do not get merit steps. The only people that get steps is after you've been hired. If you successfully complete 12 months, you do get a step after that. The reason that we suggested and went through the budget process and suggested to you guys the cost of living adjustment was we had some folks that were going to be either not eligible because they were at the higher end of their steps. So by doing a COLA, it allowed everybody to receive this adjustment. So do you have any questions about those three main budget drivers? All right. So we're going to move on to expenses. I'm not going to talk about all of these. You can see them in your packet. You can get them online. But we took our general categories and just put some examples and put them out for everybody. So our general government was up by about 3%. I would say that, it's funny, you see town moderator, up by 116%. Well, it's $781. It's because what they make and there's an extra election. So the percentage just kind of looks out of whack.
If anyone has questions about any of those increases,
Yeah.
we can speak to
Good,
what
thank
makes
you.
them up.
Absolutely. So our finance group is down 2.5%. Most of that has to do with the 27 pays. We move on to planning and development. That's up 4.7%. We see the majority of this has to do with healthcare changes and the 4% COLA. We move on to public safety. We have police, fire, dispatch, and health. As you can see, you see those large numbers. Those are the full year of the CBA, the collective bargaining agreements. We see a savings in health because we were paying for an employee to get their degree, and she is done. So she successfully completed that program.
And those increases in public safety really do represent wages and benefits. The departments were, at least with police and fire, were sort of diligent about keeping their general expenses down unless they were required, say their training lines, to make an increase there. So, and I know Public Works as well was, although they have a little less control over some of those general expenses sometimes, thinking about like the solid waste contracts and all, but
right.
There was a real effort knowing that these union contracts were going to have an impact to keep general expenses in check.
Yep. So we move on to Public Works General Fund. You see an 11% decrease in administration and engineering. That has multiple facets. We have had our longtime town engineer recently retired, came back part-time, so there's a savings there. But we had an engineering tech position that we decided with support of the department head to defund that position and reallocate it to the maintenance department because our maintenance department was struggling to keep up. So we didn't want to add a new staff person, but we reallocated our resources to another division. So that's why you see that savings there. And you see 19% savings in stormwater. We reduced the number of catch basins that we were planning to do for this year. We've moved down to maintenance, and you see an increase of 16%. This has to do with our CBA, our collective bargaining agreement, but this is the division that's accepting that reallocated resource, that reallocated person. So that's where that number is increased there. So we have a maintenance increase of 7.1%. Welfare, one of the things, for those of you that don't know, we are required by state statute to service our welfare recipients that qualify here in Exeter. And one of the things that we were seeing is we were putting in a rent number every year that we were far exceeding. So Corey and I had spoken with the welfare department, and we wanted to put in a more realistic number because this is the only line item in the budget that we are required to overspend as long as they meet the qualifications. So this was an attempt to be truer to what we're spending in welfare. Parks and Recreation were the majority of their changes. Their general expenses were the same, but they were health benefit changes to some of their staff. So those were the majority of the changes there.
2 unions as well.
What was that?
2 union folks.
And right, 2 of the folks are unions, so there was that increase as well. In other recreation, we had a small increase for the holiday light budget. Public Library had a 4.2% increase. They had some increases, some small increases to follow the non-union plans and salary and wages. And then they had a $40,000 request for their program services. This debt service is our next category, and this is one of our main budget drivers. So you see debt service, 83%. And this is where we see our payments for the police and fire substation, the Linden Street Bridge project, and the Fuel Island project, as well as any existing debt service lives there. So that is why that number is so high. We go to benefits and taxes. We go back to our insurances. So our health insurance buyout is a savings to the town. It is, we have an employee that can get health insurance in another way. So we give them a small portion of what we as the town are saving. It sometimes can incentivize people that have opportunities to get health care somewhere else, to go somewhere else, and that is a savings for us. So it's a small incentive to do that. So we have a small increase there. We also have a sick leave buyout program for those that retire from our community with over 20 years of service, and we do expect some of those retirements this year.
Offset.
What?
Offset revenue, right?
Sorry, say that.
Sick leave buyout as an offset.
And it does. So Corey's right. We have an offset revenue of our capital reserve fund for sick leave. Insurance line is our property and liability insurance, and you see a 36.5% increase like we spoke before. So this is our final total general fund operating budget, and you see our 11.7% increase. Corey is going to talk about our revenues.
Sure. So we have our, as you've heard me speak when I come to you for our annual meeting, our revenues are made up of kind of 2 components. We have our property taxes, obviously, but then we have all the other services that the town charges for or gets back from the state. So every year we need to, as part of this exercise with the budget, make a projection on where we see revenues, the other revenues going for the upcoming year. So what you see here is I'm projecting a $486,000 decrease over the actual revenues from 2025. And those are really pillared on a couple of revenue centers that we have. First being, as you can see, the current use tax. Current use is when a property, when a property isn't being used and is idle, it gets a reduced tax rate. When it's brought into productive land again, the tax rate goes up. We've had several properties over the last several years that have come out of current use and gone to development, and that brings in a fairly significant revenue to the town. So we've seen anywhere from $400,000 to $500,000 to $600,000 over the last couple of years in current use revenue, which we don't necessarily predict going into 2026. So I've ratcheted back that projection quite a bit based on what we see for activity this upcoming year. The next one is building permits, which kind of goes part and parcel. Speaking with Doug down in inspections, he just doesn't feel like we're going to see $700,000 like we did this past year. We had the academy building that had a permit. So we're back to the $350,000 level, which is what we are typically seeing in a year. I would note investment interest, although we anticipate rates to decline throughout the year. As you know from our last meeting, I mentioned that we're now with a new banking partner, and I'm hoping to take advantage of what interest rates are and more of our money put into CDs to take advantage of that. So I'm projecting a slight increase there. And then we have our solar array, which Kristen Murphy in Conservation and I have been working hard to get our net metering revenue in from Unitil, and then starting to sell our renewable energy credits. So we are projecting around $300,000 of income. That income will go to the solar array revolving fund, but then it will come back to the general fund to cover part of the debt service that general fund is paying on the $5 million solar array note that we have. So all in all, would love to see us do better than a $500,000 hit, but I think we're going to see a leaner year on the other revenues in 2026.
Can I just, it's good to see the solar array, the projection double, and hopefully we realize that because it's important. It's an important investment, I think.
To see the monthly income, and now we're about to sell the rec, so it is, knock on wood, working as we had anticipated, so.
The other exciting part of solar array is we will be going after that refundable credit with the IRS, which will be due later this spring, and we'll see. And that's potential for, I believe, $1 million. So we'll be that'll take some time to come in, though.
Thank you.
Any other questions regarding revenues?
Thanks.
So as Dan said, we're an SB2 community, which means that we have to present to our voters a default budget. And our default budget is the same appropriations contained in the operating budget authorized for the previous year, reduced and increased as the case may be, by debt service, contracts, and other obligations previously incurred or mandated by law, and reduced by one-time expenditures contained in the operating budget, and by salaries and benefits of positions that have been eliminated in the proposed budget. So when we go and we look at the budget that we just presented you, which is our FY26 Select Board proposed budget of approximately 27 million, our default budget this year would be $26,863,334. The difference between the proposed budget and the default budget is going to be $462,019, or a difference of 1.69%. Okay. Corey's going to talk about this one.
So this is kind of where the rubber meets the road. This is a projection of our municipal tax rate, the town side. We're not talking about the school or the county, just what we anticipate from what Melissa just walked us through with the operating budget, along with the warrant articles, the separate warrant articles that we'll be talking about here shortly. And it sort of is to give you an idea of where the tax rate on the municipal side will land if things go, if our assumptions are correct. So for FY26, we are projecting a $5.19 per thousand tax rate. That is based on a couple of different assumptions. One will be a 1% increase in the assessed value that Janet down in assessing will calculate in April. That also assumes that we use $1 million in fund balance. So as you recall, every October I come to you and we come to you and say, what do you want to use for fund balance? Here's what we got in an audited fund balance. How do we want to employ that? And we have two options. We can employ it to smooth or reduce the tax rate or manage the tax rate, or we can ask voters to use fund balance to pay for new equipment or other appropriations.
So that $1 million that we're projecting use of now, as you'll see on the next slide, is a higher number than we've typically used. The ultimate result will be predicated on what the audit tells us our unassigned fund balance is. But running numbers and looking at historical turnback of budgets at the end of the year and looking at what we're asking for unassigned fund balance for some of the appropriations that we'll talk about next, I think we'll be in the ballpark of 5 to 5.25 per thousand for the local tax rate. But again, the $1 million is really a conversation that we'll have, and we'll know better once we know how the year goes. So, and actually, importantly, so if you own a house that's valued at $500,000 in the town of Exeter, you would look at a $355 municipal side increase over the FY25 tax rate. And conversely, if you were to vote for the default and the default were to come in, that would be $290 annually on a $500,000 house.
A $65 difference.
That's correct.
And this is the municipal portion
Just
of the
the
bill,
municipal. We
which
don't
is
know
essentially
at this point.
24% average. Yep.
Yep. So you can see that we have about a 13 cents per thousand impact of our overlays and credits. So those are our veterans credits and our overlays, that elderly, that kind of thing, that add to our tax rate, or redistribute, I guess I should say.
Yeah.
Any questions regarding this information before we move on?
I just want to make sure we all understand the impact of overlays and credits when you said the exemptions. What does that cover?
So overlay is anyone who says, I don't like my bill, and we agree with them, and we end up giving them money back. So that's a number we have to come up with and say, we have to raise that money in case we need to give it back. And then the credits are veterans.
Veterans, elderly, disabled, blind. Solar, yeah, I apologize, I don't.
No, it's fine. I could have.
That's a bunch of
kind of
them.
like to ask instead of.
I think we're budgeting, just briefly, what is that number?
So that encompasses a few things.
we're
It's not
budgeting-
just our credit,
we're
so for
budgeting
our
300
exemptions. No, I'm sorry. I just trying to make sure people understand that 13 cents is not just veterans, disabled,
We're
blind.
budgeting between the overlay and the credits about 460,000, which is up roughly 20,000 from the prior year.
Thank you.
The other thing, as we talk about the warrant articles, the next things, the ones that come from taxation, all of those combined will represent 8 cents on the tax rate, were they all to pass.
Any other questions? So this is our municipal tax rate history. You can see in '21, we were $5.79. We've stayed pretty close, and then you can see a drop in '24. That was our revaluation year, and now we're slowly sort of going up. That's the trend that we have for our tax rate. And again, '26 is just projected. It is, oh my goodness, excuse me. It is, we won't know until the fall when we decide when we set the tax rate. Excuse me,
And the reval is done every 5 years, and that's mandated by the state.
It has
Correct.
to be done every 5. It could be done at a more frequent pace.
Right, or if the percentage is triggered, right? If we're
And
below-
who is it mandated by?
State.
The state.
Right.
Yeah. And very important for people to understand we don't control that. Market.
All right, so Corey's going to talk with us about use of fund balance for the rate setting, which we've sort of already talked about, but.
Yeah, I mentioned that, $1 million isn't something we do often, but this shows you a several-year trend in how we've used fund balance. And, fund balance is generated when, in these last several years where we've had open positions all year, high paid or our top of scale positions, that money falls back to the general fund unassigned fund balance. We need to do something with it. So, putting it back into the rate is helpful to taxpayers. Defraying other things that we need to
purchase is also another way to use that money.
Any questions about fund balance?
We will end, sorry, just,
Yeah.
I did write it down because you had asked me to.
Yes.
We've ended 2025 with just over $5 million in unassigned fund balance based on what we voted on last March to use and what we voted on in October to use, the $650,000 towards tax rate. So we find ourselves, before we figure out what the budget impact, the surplus is for 2025, we find ourselves with a $5 million unassigned fund balance.
And what was that a year ago at the same time?
5.9.
So it's actually-
we used just under 300,000 and then the 650. Just under 300,000 for the warrant articles from fund balance.
From last
and then
year.
650 for the tax rate.
And that was last year's warrant article.
That is correct.
Yep. So 950,000 is what we used between adjusting the tax rate downward.
That's right.
And defraying cost of warrant articles that were approved by the voters.
Correct.
And now we're back up, but not at the same level we were before.
Yeah, we go into our end of year analysis after having spent the 950 with 5 million. Now we'll see how much of the budget we didn't spend, which will fall to fund balance. So it'll build that. I'm anticipating, just on what I see, in the few weeks since we've closed 2025, I'm seeing that that's going to be rebuilt to some extent.
And that's why you're projecting, asking for $1 million to smooth the tax rate downward.
Yeah, exactly. And I think I wrote a note. I think if, I forget where I wrote it now, but I think if we didn't use, to speak out of turn, but I wrote something down. I think if we took half of that, instead of the 519, you'd see something closer to $5.40.
Yeah, this is the year. This is the year to be more aggressive with fund balance and smoothing the tax rate. So I applaud your suggestion.
I mean, fortunately, it's the end of the year that we do this. We get to see what revenues look like and see how the year's going before you make a decision. And we have other things.
You usually come to us in October and November,
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So this is
And we'll have-
perspective. You're looking ahead
Right.
towards the end of 26.
And we'll have other
wait
things
for
we're
it,
gonna
yeah,
work on this
audited.
year as well
Yeah.
to see, if we can improve that more or not.
Thank you.
So just as a reminder for everybody watching and everybody in the room, when we're talking about all of this tonight, we are talking about your municipal tax portion. So if your tax, each dollar, if you look at every dollar of your taxes, 70% of it, or what is in the purple section, goes to your schools, 3% goes to the counties, and 27% goes to the municipal. So everything that we've spoken about today is paid out of this 27% of a dollar, essentially, or of your tax bill. So just as a reminder that there are three entities, but two entities that make up your local tax rates.
And the reason you might have 24% rattling around in your brain is because 3 million of it in 2025 of that 27% gets turned over to our TIF district. So we do not have access to that in the general fund. That needs to be carved out and put aside until such time as we sunset the TIF and bring that appreciated value back on the books and bring in sunset the TIF.
Which we would like to do.
We would like to.
Can I just interrupt on that
Yes,
last?
absolutely. Let me go back.
There's a bill proposed that this kind of image or pie chart or QR code be on every tax bill so someone can see that just what is the town's portion, the county's portion, the state's portion, the schools.
Well, I get nervous when we see things,
It is there.
whether it's people talking to us on the street or the community forum, and they say, oh my gosh, I heard the town, the tax bills are going up, X, Y, Z, but they're not designating, the municipal part. Well, it's just that red part that we're talking about. The school board is talking about the 70%, but, so if you can help me get the word out, that's,
We try.
these budget increases that we're talking about today are just on that part. of your tax bill.
And of course, the reason for the confusion is that we collect all 100%.
They pay
And they
us,
assign
and
it
then
to
we
us
give it to the school. I know.
emotionally.
We should put the tax office over at the school. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
They assign it to us emotionally. But yeah, 27% is ours.
So that is the end of our operating budget presentation.
First of all, thank you both for this presentation, and I like the approach that you took because I think this was well done for folks to understand just where the dollars are being spent, and I like the visuals that you gave. So I applaud you for. I know you've spent a lot of time doing this, and I've been intimately involved with working with you throughout the summer and with the chair of the Budget Recommendations Committee, Bob Kelly, and I know how hard the department heads worked to try to bring in a lean budget. That being said, almost 12% is a lot to swallow. It's a lot to swallow. You know, we're all taxpayers. It's a lot to swallow. But what I can say is that in addition to the amount of work that you and the department heads have done, and you've worked collectively with the select board, collaboratively with the select board over the last couple of years, up until about 3 or 4 years ago when we did a wage study, we were not competitive with our towns that are neighbors. We were not competitive with towns that are peers in terms of size and budget. And we slowly brought the wages, back into what they should be compared to other towns. That being said, there's still a labor shortage. And it's not just in Exeter, it's not just in New Hampshire, and it's not just in New England. And we're seeing other towns, and some of these towns, I don't know how they're doing it, to be honest with you. I know some of them don't have collective bargaining agreements. They don't have unions, so they have flexibility in how they spend their money. But particularly with public safety, and I include public safety being police, fire, and public works, people are leaving to go to communities that are paying them a heck of a lot more money. We haven't asked the voters to do anything outrageous. The 3 collective bargaining agreements that were voted on in March of 25, when we presented at deliberative session, and I'll stand by what I said, is that they were fair to both the employees and to the taxpayers in the town. It costs so much more to have to recruit, rehire, retrain, and that process keeps going. There's 2 major things that provide the functionality of this town. The first is our volunteers on our boards and our committees, but the second is our employees. And we are very fortunate to have the department heads that we have, and we're very fortunate to have the long-term dedicated employees that we have. And in my opinion, they're being paid as fairly as one can be paid in the public sector, and still may not be getting paid as much as some of our peers and some of our neighboring towns. And we're doing that balancing act because we understand that we're asking the voters for a lot, particularly in this budget. But we also know what the cost is to public works when they've got 9 or 10 openings in highway, when they have openings in our water sewer, when we struggle to make sure that we have enough employees to make sure that we have water and sewer, that plow our streets, that we have enough police out on the streets keeping us safe, that we have enough fire people. So there's nothing extravagant in this budget. In fact, again, I want to commend the 2 of you and the department heads for what you've done. At the end of the day, though, it's still a lot to swallow. And it's our job to just make sure that the taxpayers and the voters understand what we're asking. And then ultimately, it's going to be up to them, and we'll continue to do the best that we can, regardless of whether it passes or not. So with that, I'd open it up to any members of the public that wish to speak to the operating budget. Please, if you just go to the mic again, sir. Thank you.
I've got a comment. It's not really a question. It's Ron Buell again over on Pine Street. The budget, it's the first time I've looked at it in any kind of detail. I have to say I was pleased to see cuts. I come from a business world. You try and operate, not at a deficit. And so when the money's not coming in, you got to cut. So hats off to doing that. I think an eye-opening thing for me was that dollar bill that you showed up there, that 70% of that is going to the schools. If there's any way you can publish that before we go to town meeting, before there's school meetings, so that people know where their dollars are going, because I'm one of those people, it's like all the same thing. It's going to the town. You don't perceive how much is going to the school system. It's, again, government's different than private business. I totally get that.
Yes.
But you have to kind of have a business mindset when you're dealing with other people's money. So, thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Can I say something quickly? I thank you very much for your comment, too. And I do think it is our responsibility to tell people, how their money is being spent. And one of the things that I really worry about is I don't want to defund public schools. So it's like there is this really critical piece around, how are we thinking through, like, what a responsible way to articulate this is, because I think it's really critical to have people understand, like we talked about with the nitrogen mitigation, right? Like this is part of the responsibility that we have as a town. And I don't think that we accurately described what the need was in previous warrant articles. So, we're coming back and we're talking, it's not just to make the streets clean, right? It's to protect the environment and, do all of these other things. And I also think it's really important to think through, like, what are the implications of how we're talking about, and how do we point the frustration of where these decisions are coming from, because they're not coming from us. I wish that we had more policy impact about what revenue the state is bringing in, right? And I wish we had more impact around, how are we allocating dollars for public education, or how are we allocating the dollars that used to go to public education that now are being siphoned off to pay for horseback riding lessons, or, and all of these other things. So, the thing that I don't want for us to do is to look at this and decide based on a false dichotomy. Like, we actually, as community members and as leaders, have more choices than what we're being presented with. And so I really think, I really want to be careful. And, I've sat up here and said, we can't put these things on the warrant article. I will not go to our voters and say, please give us more money for park design. I just, like, those are things that I'm not willing to do. Even though, would I like a well-designed park that is very pretty? I sure would. And do I think that this is the time to do it? I don't think it is. So I just want to, I thank you so much for your comments. Thank you for the, I think you represent so many people in our town who are like, well, wait a minute, I thought it was all collected by the town and then allocated by the town, and that's not the case. So I think we have to really clearly show what part is this increase and why it's this increase, and then also think through, how we're not then saying, don't support public education, because
yeah, I'm not saying that.
I don't know. I'm not saying that anybody's saying that either.
Yeah,
but I just,
right.
Like, how are we really making sure that we're looking at Concord and the decision to, in this environment, cut revenue? Like, tell me why that.
That trickles down.
It trickles down, and then we are forced to, because it's not like they can, cut revenue and expect the same level of services. And we have commitments that we make to our police and our fire and our union members and our DPW members. And so let's make sure that we're having actual conversations about who is forcing us to make these choices. So,
and if I could pick up on that, because that was very well said, Selectwoman Cowan. It's a fine balance in terms of publicizing that dollar. If municipal services are the skeleton of our community and maybe the nerves, the public schools are the heart of our community. I mean, it's the beating heart. It's our future. It's our young people. And going back to colonial times, there's been a charge to the citizens of this town.
The state too, yeah.
To educate the youth. It's a community obligation, not an individual obligation. So it's a fine balance to publicize that dollar bill. I understand that you're saying that hit home with you, and that's good, because we are responsible for 27% of that dollar, and schools are 70%, but it's the beating heart of our community. So we have to be careful how we wield that. It's important to give the information, but not to demonize the schools, which are our very heart.
I feel like real value in that image is, for me, would be to say, it's good that I go to deliberative session for town, but holy cow, like, there's a whole other deliberative session world out there that I should be paying attention to, because it really
There you go.
Yeah.
it's 70 cents of my dollar.
We all agree
I
on
go
that.
to
And
too.
I'm just not sure how
We should
how
go
much
to that too.
that happens. But something like this should draw people's attention.
I think that's right, Corey.
Yeah. Yeah.
Sorry to jump in.
No, that was a good, and thank you for
I appreciated what you said.
starting that
Selectwoman
conversation.
Kelly.
But I also, before we bring it back to the board, any other members of the public like to comment?
And again, with deep appreciation and, totally agreeing with your comment.
I have one comment that perhaps, and Corey, you've brought this, new understanding that we should participate more in the school budgeting process. That maybe what the schools should do, I don't think it's our responsibility, but, think about it, is to do the same kind of thing with what the state is contributing to education, how much they are over budgeted that we have to pick up, and the revenues that they've decreased. So maybe I'll bring that to the school board.
Yeah, because I don't know how much data we have, right? Are they keeping track of the vouchers?
There are not really good guide.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay.
Not guidelines.
Yeah, thank you. If you could, that would be great.
Yeah, to see when their next meeting is.
And I would just conclude the operating portion, just saying, if anybody wants to come down to the finance office and learn more, because they couldn't come tonight, and hear more
Wanna put it
about
here,
what goes
Melissa?
into this, we're always happy to, grab a cup of coffee and take someone through what, or explain or substantiate, however we call it.
You're all very
Stop
good at
by.
explaining it to people too, so I
Anytime.
much appreciate that open door offer.
We say that all the time. If we could just talk with everybody, it would be very helpful, but.
I'm not sure we get anything.
You just said something very important, and that is between your office, Melissa, and your office, Corey, Mr. Cronin behind. I mean, our department heads are always open and ready to talk to the public, and we appreciate the fact that number one, that you do that, but you're so good at explaining and making people understand. At the end of the day, it's not pleasant news sometimes, but at least folks can leave with an understanding that this is it, right?
And can I just stress one more time that this is why we've invested over the years in Exeter TV, recording our meetings, so people, you don't have to come down here if you have, issues getting out. You can watch our meetings at any time. They're available on our website. There are links under meetings and agendas. So please, we really try hard to get people to understand the process. And again, happy to answer questions. So.
Anything else on the operating budget? Okay, seeing none, I would entertain a motion to recommend Article 10 to be put on the warrant as written.
So moved. Second.
So motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Thank you. Article 11, the 2026 Water Fund Budget. Shall the town of Exeter raise and appropriate as a water operating budget, not including appropriations by special warrant articles and other appropriations voted separately, the amounts set forth on the budget posted with the warrant or as amended by vote of the first session for the purposes set forth therein, totaling $4,696,505. Should this article be defeated, the water default budget shall be $4,664,300, which is the same as last year, with certain adjustments required by previous action of the town of Exeter or by law, majority vote required.
Thank you. So our water fund operating budget, FY25 was about 4.6 million. FY26 proposed about 4.6 million. It's a $61,000 increase or a 1.3% increase. You can see the various line items. We had a reduction in capital outlay. I can't remember what our debt service was that came off.
We had a realignment between water, sewer, and general fund for one project as it starts to get underway.
So we've seen some increases of about 6%, 5%, 8%, and those all have staff pieces to them, and all of those people are part of our bargaining groups. So that's where you see those increases. Water fund budget's pretty simple. Happy to answer any questions.
Before that, ask anybody from the public who wish to speak to this article. And seeing none, we'll bring it back to the board.
I have none. Dan does.
Mr. Chartres.
So just to tie it back to the three bond articles, the increase here is relatively small, and that's why the choice was made to put a couple of warrant or bond articles tying into the water rate, because there's room for that. And again, we make decisions one time a year, so if we were to try to approve nothing in a year, it would significantly set us back in terms of our process of keeping up or trying to keep up. So this budget seemed like it could handle those two bond articles, and that was kind of the decision. We only get to vote once a year, and we need to keep moving forward with something, or we risk going back to the 1990s and when nothing was ever proposed and we fell way far behind, and that costs money. To fall behind costs money. So that's kind of the strategy behind the bond articles again, and it ties into the relatively small increase to the water fund budget. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Anything else?
No, I'll just follow up with a little bit more with Dan, but I'm sure he was here too. When that happened, we had our infrastructure, our roads were in such terrible shape over time that it took it's almost its own CIP to allocate funds, a lot of funds every year to try to get back what we lost. So it's really important what Dan just said, Selectman Chartrand, because we can defer some things some of the time, but we can't defer them for any length of time. It's a very costly act if we do. So
catching up is expensive, yeah.
Oh, and just the cost of doing that project increases. So
unfortunately, the cheapest time to do something is right now. Typically
trying to find that balance, right?
But it has to be done in a measured pace.
Yeah.
And if I may, we are a town, but we have a city infrastructure. We have water, we have stormwater, we have sewer. So we
population.
We have 16,000 people. So I love that we're a town. I just adore Exeter. But we do have some pretty big infrastructure requirements, and if we don't look at it from an asset management perspective of chipping away so that we're not going so far behind, but not hurting the residents, that's the balance. So we do have a lot of infrastructure for a small town. A lot of the towns around us don't have nearly as much infrastructure as we do.
Well said.
Okay.
Thank you.
Seeing nothing else, I would entertain a motion to recommend Article 11 be placed on the warrant as written.
If I may, I'll move that.
Second.
It's a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Thank you. Article 12, shall the town of Exeter raise and appropriate as a sewer operating budget, not including appropriations by special warrant articles and other appropriations voted separately, the amount set forth on the budget posted with the warrant or as amended by vote of the first session for the purposes set forth therein totaling $8,286,840. Should the article be defeated, the default budget shall be $8,210,020, which is the same as last year with certain adjustments required by previous action of the town of Exeter or by law. A majority vote is required.
So for our sewer fund operating budget, FY '26 over '25, we have a $104,000 increase. Oh, sorry, we have a $104,000 increase or a 1.2% increase. Again, we have bargaining unit members within the sewer department. And I do you remember what we have in capital outlay? I'm totally spacing right at the moment. I know, I feel bad. I can't remember what it is right
I will look here. You keep
I'm
talking,
sorry,
and I'll
everybody.
find out.
I had it earlier today, but I'm forgetting. And yeah, so we also, just so everybody knows, the administrative positions, town manager, assistant town manager, finance, HR, any department that services the water sewer department does get to charge a very small portion to the water and sewer fund because we are helping to manage those employees' functions and departments as well.
Thanks.
That's it. And I'm sorry, I forgot what that is.
You wanted to know what it was specifically, what the 60 was?
What the.
I think it's a grab bag of
a bunch of
capital improvements or, I mean.
$60,000 increase over the previous year.
Right.
It was for a sludge pump replacement, clarifier 2 maintenance, sewer pump station, roof repair and replacement, and odor control system, filter meter system.
Okay, so a bunch of small items put together, so thank you.
Teamwork.
Thank you, Steve.
Okay. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak to Article 12? Okay, seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board. Any members of the board? No? Okay. Then I would entertain a motion to recommend that Article 12 be placed on the warrant as written.
So moved.
Second.
It's a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries 5-0. We'll move on. I do want to just mention for folks here and following at home that the board does not recommend any of the zoning amendments that preceded the bond articles, nor do we make any recommendations on Article 9, which is choosing town officers. So we will continue with Article 13, to see if the town will raise and appropriate through special warrant article the sum of $85,000 for the purpose of purchasing a replacement for the DPW truck number 52, which was purchased in 2012. This vehicle is a frontline snow fighting truck in the winter and is driven daily as a crew support vehicle for highway department operations year-round. This sum to come from the unassigned fund balance, estimated tax impact, none, no amount to be raised by taxation, majority vote is required.
It's exactly what
Pretty
it says.
self-explanatory. I would open it up to members of the public who wish to speak to Article 13. Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board. I would entertain a motion then to recommend that Article 13 be placed on the warrant as written.
So moved.
Second.
It's a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Article 14. To see if the town will raise and appropriate through special warrant article the sum of $67,194 for the purpose of purchasing a replacement for the fire department car number 2, which was purchased in 2014. This vehicle is used as a command vehicle. It contains firefighting, EMS, and command equipment and responds as a single resource during periods of high call volume to provide immediate assistance. This sum to come from the unassigned fund balance, estimated tax impact, none, no amount to be raised by taxation, majority vote is required.
I do know that this vehicle was held last year. It was up on our asset management plan for last year, but with the police and fire substation being on the warrant, we did decide to hold it for a year. So
So this was deferred last year, so this would be time to be on the warrant.
Thank you. Are there any members of the public that wish to speak to Article 14? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board.
All set.
Okay. I would entertain a motion to recommend that Article 14 be placed on the warrant as written.
So moved.
Second. Oops, sorry.
There's a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Article 15, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $100,000 to be added to the sick leave expendable trust fund previously established. This sum to come from the unassigned fund balance, estimated tax impact, none, no amount to be raised by taxation, majority vote is required.
So this is an annual appropriation. Part of our benefits to our employee is if you retire or you are here for 20 years, you get the potential of a buyout of half of your sick time. So it's an incentive to build your sick time and to stay with us as a long-term employee. We do expect a few retirements this year.
I would open this up to members of the public who wish to speak to Article 15. Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board. Anybody?
Nope.
Okay.
Well, just quickly, I appreciate you being creative and how we can keep folks here.
Thank you. I would entertain a motion to recommend Article 15 be placed on the warrant as written.
So moved.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Article 16, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $75,000 to be added to the Snow and Ice Deficit Non-Capital Reserve Fund previously established. This sum to come from the unassigned fund balance, the estimated tax impact, none, no amount to be raised by taxation, majority vote is required.
So as everybody knows, weather is unpredictable. We never know year to year whether we're going to have a heavy snow and ice season or not. And this fund helps us balance those spikes in years. This year happened to be one of them, right? We've had more cold weather in November and December than we've had in many years. Yeah. So this is $75,000 to go to that fund to help us during the heavy weather years.
I always have to ask the question, and it's usually, it's almost funny. How much have we spent already?
Oh, that's a Corey question. I know. That's why I dragged him up here with me. Hold on.
Yeah, give me a moment. I have like tons of spreadsheets
Unless
open, but
Steve
that
knows.
was
I don't
not
know
one
if
of
Steve knows.
That was
Steve
not what
knows. There we go. Snow and ice removal has been on the brain recently for both of us the
It
last few
has,
weeks.
yep. So for 2025, we budgeted $289,511 in the operating budget. Through the end of '25, we spent $448,123. So we drew significantly on the snow and ice reserve this year to the tune of about $158,000 or so.
Wow.
So certainly need to replenish that. As Melissa said, we don't do that every year. It certainly depends on the year. We had several mild winters over the past couple of years. The past two, however, have been well above average.
Thank you.
Yeah, timing of it also creates a problem where it's not every storm. We've got 6 inches and it's an 8-hour storm. It could be, it's going to snow a little bit and then it's going to freeze, but that still means crews have to go out. Well, we might get 4 inches and then it's going to freeze again, So crews have to go out a lot more than I think people realize, because it's not just the large weather events. It's to keep our roads safe for passage for our residents and our public safety vehicles to respond to emergencies.
And sidewalks. A lot of variables.
And schools, right?
And
Yeah.
schools, right,
School
yeah.
sidewalks,
And, we had a forum on ADA and people with sight issues and how important it is for our sidewalks and to be cleared and things like that. So you guys do a great job under the circumstances.
I had lots of compliments for this particular last couple of weeks. Thank you very much.
It's been a challenge.
Yes.
Trying very hard, lots of phone calls.
The current balance in the fund is about $190,000. So if we were to tap it for the full 158, even to put the 75 in, we'd find ourselves at a lower number. So we've been talking about if indeed there is general fund operating turnback because we didn't spend on wages, blah, blah, we may ask for some hybrid number that isn't the full 159 because the current budget 25 can absorb it. So that means we don't need to. One thought was we'd ask for 150,000 to make sure we had enough, but if we have budget left, maybe we can do something that's a hybrid. So
Okay, so we do have an option there to get the fund
Yeah, we're
back
gonna-
in
we're gonna
there.
talk about that over the next
Because I am
month.
concerned we've used as much as we have.
come to you
Okay.
folks for a recommendation or with a recommendation.
Thank you, Steve.
Well, and I know how creative the three of you are, so I'm optimistic that you'll make that work.
No pressure.
No pressure. Well, if it stopped snowing, there wouldn't be pressure, but.
Are there any members of the public who wish to speak to Article 16? Okay. Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board. Any questions or comments?
Okay.
Then I would entertain a motion to recommend that Article 16 be placed on the warrant as written.
So moved.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Sorry, just
Opposed?
turned it off. Sorry.
That passed 5-0, Joanne.
I didn't say aye, but I was dealing with that phone emergency.
So sorry.
But I meant to say aye.
Didn't know what that alarm was.
Article 17, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $25,000 to be added to the ADA non-capital reserve fund previously established. This sum to come from the unassigned fund balance, estimated tax impact none, no amount to be raised by taxation. Majority vote is required.
So our beautiful Exeter is very historic, and that's one of the reasons we love our community. But what that also brings with us is a bunch of buildings, sidewalks, streets, different areas that are not ADA accessible. We cannot go fix them all at once. This is a fund that allows us to build up a balance to work on various ADA projects. We did a tip down over by the library for in Julia's building. We've done some railings. We've done a bunch of different things. We did an adult changing table in the public restrooms downtown. So we're slowly chipping away at trying to bring our buildings and facilities and sidewalks and everything up to code, but we just can't afford to do it all at once. So we try to do a little bit each year.
Thank you.
Yeah, and in addition to what we've been doing, we Parks and Rec, 10 Hampton Road, Planet Playground 2.0.
Yeah.
Did a great job with that. The new building, chipping away at it. So
There's a
that's
lot to be
good.
done for
There's a
sure.
lot to be done. So this amount is kind of relatively small compared to our needs for this, but we will do what we can when we can.
Okay, I would open this up to the members of the public that wish to speak to Article 17. Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board. Any other comment?
I already did, sorry.
all right.
Jumped ahead of the queue.
I would entertain a motion to recommend Article 17 be placed on the warrant as written.
So moved.
Second.
It's a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Article 18, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $3,468 to be added to the Swayze Parkway Expendable Trust Fund previously established. This sum to come from unassigned fund balance. This amount is equivalent to the amount of permit fees collected during 2025 for use of the Swayze Parkway. Estimated tax impact none, no amount to be raised by taxation. Majority vote is required.
Yep, so this is the amount of funds, just like it says, that when we rent out Swayze Parkway, it comes into the general fund. We collect them for the year. At the end of the year, the rental fees get transferred into this expendable trust fund for Swayze Parkway.
Thank you. Open it up to the public for anyone who wishes to speak to Article 18. Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board. And I would entertain a motion to recommend that Article 18 be placed on the warrant as written.
So moved.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Article 19, to see if the town will vote to establish the Exeter Public Library Infrastructure Expendable Trust Fund per RSA 31:19A for the purpose of maintenance, repairs, and other infrastructure projects of the Exeter Public Library building and grounds, and to raise and appropriate $25,000 to be placed in this fund, and further to name the library trustees as agents to expend from said fund. The amount to come from general taxation. The estimated tax impact is 7 cents per thousand assessed property value, or 71 cents per 100,000 assessed property value. Majority vote is required. We have our library director here this evening. Good evening.
Hello, thank you for having us.
Good. Would you like to speak to this, please?
The library, as we know, we think of as this beautiful new building. But when we built the building, we made the choice. If you remember, the first time we voted, it was for a totally new building. The second run was just for what we needed, which was a failing roof, failing walls, and to have more meeting space for the public. What has happened since then is this year we have had some of the systems that we retained in that renovation have begun to break down. So the original building was built in 1987. So that's 40 years. So as we all know, we own our own homes. After 40 things, HVAC start to go, systems start to break down. In fact, we've had 2 breakages just in the last 2 months. We've had 2 of our pumps that heat the building, so they go our boiler pumps. Both of them broke down. One is supposed to be the fail-safe. They broke in the same week. We also had our fire suppression system had 2 leaks in December. So we have multiple systems where we've had vendors who come in to maintain them tell us that these are starting to show their age. So to help manage that, the trustees are asking for this fund to be created. It's just like at home. You want to have those rainy day funds so that when something breaks, you affect it now. Because if we wait, it's just going to cost more taxpayer monies. So I'm happy to answer any questions if anyone has any comments or questions.
And to follow up on that, we will need to have an official public hearing just on this because there's a timeline by statute for any time you create an expendable trust fund. So that will be coming up in February, but we wanted to keep it as our regular budget and warrant process. And, I would like to thank Julia. Julia has been really fantastic at communicating with us lately, transparent, working with BRC, working with us. They're in a tough situation with the building that they have. So I do very much appreciate it. This fund is a little different than the rest of the funds that we have because the agents to expend are the library trustees, because that is the line of approval that meets the necessary requirements for the library, where Corey and I, as town manager and finance director, fall under the select board. The library director, the library staff fall under the library trustees. So that's how that approval process would work.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that.
And just to clarify, this was voted unanimously by the library board.
Okay, thank you. And I also want to say that I know the BRC vetted this very carefully, and there was a lot of thoughtful discussion, because I know the initial request was a little higher.
Correct.
Than 25,000, and through open, transparent conversation with you during CIP night, we found a common ground with the 25,000. So compliments to both BRC and the library. If there's no other comments for staff, I would open up Article 19 for any members of the public that wish to speak to it. Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board.
One comment.
Selectwoman Gilman, please.
Well, as a 40-year-old building, it's done pretty well and with the adaptations that we've had to make. I just want to let you know that according to the Secretary of the Interior, in 10 more years, it'll be a historic structure.
Huzzah, is there money in that? I'll do
Potentially,
anything to get that. Julie, I'll see you in 10 years.
Okay.
Okay. Seeing nothing else, I would entertain a motion to recommend Article 19 be placed on the warrant as written.
So moved.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion passes. Excuse me. Thank you. Article 20, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate through special warrant article the sum of $1,334,939 for the purpose of constructing a new sidewalk on Railroad Ave, reconstructing the Front Street Railroad Ave intersection, replacing the existing painted sidewalks on Front Street, and installing a user-activated rectangular rapid flashing beacon at the crosswalk.
I think you should turn the alarm off.
I am so sorry.
These improvements will enhance pedestrian and bicycle safety, connect residential and commercial uses, and make the area accessible to all users. This project is contingent upon receiving the Transportation Alternatives Program funds in the amount of 80% of the funding, which is $1,067,951, with the town of Exeter to be responsible for the remaining 20%, which is $266,988. This amount to come from general taxation, and further to authorize the Select Board to apply for, accept, and expend federal, state, or other aid, if any, including principal forgiveness which may become available for this project, and to comply with all laws applicable to such project, and further to authorize the Select Board to take any other action or to pass any other vote relative thereto. The estimated tax impact is 76 cents per thousand assessed property value, or $7.60 per 100,000 assessed property value. A majority vote is required.
Thank you. So I'd like to give credit to Dave Sharples, our planner, who couldn't be with us tonight, but he applied for this TAP grant, which is the Transportation Alternatives Program. Anybody that's been down in that Railroad Ave, Front Street area knows it's a pretty wonky intersection.
Good word.
And there's a lot of really exciting business investment happening down there, and businesses that are thriving. And so we are, as a town, looking to be a walkable, safe community, but we can't always afford it to do this. So in this proposal, we actually have received 80% from a grant, and we would only be responsible for the 20%, which would be $266,000. So it's a really exciting opportunity that we have to fix an area, an area of town that needs it. And I'd like to thank Dave for getting that grant.
Thank you. I'd open it up to the public. Any members that wish to speak to Article 20? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board.
If I understand you correctly, we've already been awarded that money?
So we have to put it on the warrant for the full amount.
Yeah, I
and
understand that.
We have been told that we are waiting for governor and council, that we have been awarded it, but we're waiting.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mr. Chartres.
Excellent.
So normally in a year like this, if we were trying to fully fund this project, this would not be here.
It wouldn't even be.
It wouldn't have gotten a
Wouldn't have even been
sniff.
on here, correct.
Wouldn't have gotten
Yeah.
a sniff. But given that our land use department head, Dave Sharples, has lined up the potential for these grants, and it is dependent on getting those grants, this is really an opportunity that we would be foolish to not take a shot at.
I can't say you'd be foolish, but it would be really nice to take advantage
I would
of
think,
80% funding.
Yeah, I would think that if we can get something
Yeah.
where there is increased property value, property values are on the rise because of that business investment, so it's an enhancement to our real estate, commercial real estate tax base. This is a smart investment on the part of the taxpayers if they see their way through to approving this.
I believe so, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep.
Yeah, so, and this is a really good example of why our CIP, which is a 5-year program, sometimes things get moved around. I'm not talking about deferments, but when opportunities come up and we know this need is here, when an opportunity comes up for a specific project, it might move our priorities around. So that's just some background for people to understand how the CIP and that works.
Yeah, I don't want to, $266,000 is a lot of money. I don't want to belittle that.
I hope that residents can see the benefit of receiving an 80% grant. I understand it's a really difficult tax year, but it really could have a big improvement, a big bang for our buck
That's
in
a
that
huge
area
savings.
for those businesses and residents
It's an
that live in
investment.
that area.
Yeah.
It's an investment.
It's hard to pass up.
And it's on the edge of that, where the train station is, and there's potential for a lot of investment near the train station. It is also a mixed-use, it's a MUND neighborhood. So, yeah, this would be smart. There's been several people who've been injured quite badly in this intersection, so it's a good thing for us to take a shot at this year. Hopefully the voters see their way through to doing it.
And I also want to recognize, too, when we talked about our staff and our department heads, whether it's Mr. Sharples or Ms. Murphy, you know, conservation and sustainability, we have, you know, Mr. Cronin and his staff, and Parks and Rec, our interim town manager, Melissa Roy. I mean, all of them are very aggressive and work vigorously to identify and apply to any and all grants. And through the years, and I know, you know, we've asked for this in the past, where Mr. Stevens will come with a report as to the amount of money that we have accepted in grant money, and it just, you know,
It's good a report to get.
compliment to all of you for the work that you do on behalf of the taxpayers, so thank you.
It's amazing to see the savings.
Department heads.
Yeah, it is amazing to see those savings, and so.
Anything else? Seeing none, I would entertain a motion, recommend Article 20 be placed on the warrant as written.
So moved.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all those, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Article 21, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $173,000 for the purpose of identifying approximately 218 water service connections to work towards meeting the requirements of the EPA-required lead and copper rule. To meet the requirements of the LCRR, 2,173 service connections designated as unknown must be identified within 10 years of the submission of the initial inventory, or by 2034. This sum to come from the water fund, and a majority vote is required. Mr. Cronin?
So as the article describes, this is something that we're essentially mandated to do by EPA as part of the revisions to the lead and copper rules. So we've taken a measured approach to try to chip away at this over a number of years. We did receive some grant funding this year in the amount of $60,000 to help offset some of the costs. This was originally a $213,000 request, so that certainly helped us a little bit. So we'll be starting some of that work early in '26, and then if we're able to secure this funding through the article, we'll advance some of our efforts and try to identify some other services.
Okay, great. Open it up to the public for anyone who wishes to speak to Article 21. Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board.
How old are some of our areas? I think that's
So I'd like to
something.
tell you that our records are impeccable, but they're not.
They're not?
But
I
yeah, I mean,
know.
we're a town that dates back, you know, to having a water system from the late 1800s. So
Yeah.
you have services that go back many years. So, you know, unfortunately with this rule, you know, they really want you to make certain what you have for materials. So it is somewhat intrusive, you know, it will require us to do, you know, some investigatory digging or potholing to try to get down to the service itself and identify it.
And it will also give us a chance to know how many pipes we have. It will get that data to us that we are lacking.
Yep. Yeah,
So-
our hope is that as we work our way through this, we'll gather some additional information,
Yeah.
which will help us to, you know, with some effort, reduce the amount that we need to identify.
Right. And it's good to know with the lead.
Yeah.
Yeah, not to minimize that important aspect, but yes. Yeah, thank you.
Anybody else? Okay. Seeing none, I would entertain a motion to recommend Article 21 be placed on the warrant as written.
So moved.
Second.
It's a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
Probably need to add a line there. Just a line. It's okay.
Article 22, excuse me, shall the town increase the RSA 72:35 optional tax credit on residential property for veterans with a service-connected total disability from $2,000 to $2,500? Pursuant to a new law effective April 1st, 2026, veterans who receive this credit are no longer eligible to receive any other veterans-related tax credits. Majority vote required.
So this is one of 4 recommendations from one of our new committees, which was our Tax and Exemption and Credit Committee. Due to the revaluation year in 2024, they felt, and I don't want to speak for them, but they felt that some of our income limits, credits, and exemptions didn't quite meet the change in value from the 2024 valuation. So they have recommended to change this service-connected total disability credit from $2,000 to $2,500 for those people that do
Qualify.
qualify. Thank you. Excuse me.
Okay. Open it up to the public for anybody who wishes to speak to Article 22. Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board. Good.
I would like to say, as the select board rep to TCAC, or the Tax Exemption and Credit Advisory Committee, that they prioritized what to start with, and they did have, I think, 4 recommendations, but we had to not do them all, I suppose, at one time.
I think they ended up with 4. I think there were other exemptions and credits they're going to look at in January. But there
Yes,
were 4
there's still more to do.
Yeah, there were 4 for this year, yeah.
So a lot of research went into it with comparison communities, and it's time to bring things up to speed. And so this is one of the things they recommended.
Anybody else on the board?
And I would like to explain that one of the reasons that it's from 2,000 to 2,500 is because of the you can't use the optional tax credit and the disability tax credit. So we're conscious to use that to cover that 500 that went to the optional tax credit.
Can I, just procedurally, can I ask why the question mark is there?
Let's see.
Because it's a question.
It's a question, right?
But
Shall.
that's not consistent with other.
All right, let me find out.
Yeah.
Let me look.
Yeah.
Well,
I don't ever remember.
because all the others say to see instead of shall. I see it, but could you check just because I don't think
So this language was prescribed through DRA, and it's been reviewed by our lawyer, so it actually says when you go to modify, I have language I need to use, and that's where this came from. But I will double check it and make sure that I'm not missing something.
Yeah, I think.
Just looking forward, Nico, to buttress your point. It is in Article 23. It's not in Article 24.
It's not 24, no.
Let's see.
Yeah.
Are they shells?
It is in 24.
Yeah.
No, it's there.
I don't
It's
see it
after
in
the-
24, but I may be missing it.
So maybe 24 needs to have a question mark added? Or
No,
is that
it's there.
different
It's
somehow?
It's there after the for persons
At the end of a very long sentence, it's there.
of numbers.
Because of the asphalt.
And then it
It goes
goes to
back.
describe.
Yeah, we were looking at other ones. Yeah, I'm going to the next one.
Yeah, no, it's
Shall, yeah,
It's not in 24, though.
okay, so we
I will
just need
double
to,
check.
Just curious.
Yep, we can definitely fix that, make
And
sure that
then
it's uniform throughout
because
all
it's
of
in
them.
25.
Yeah.
I just don't.
Yeah, no, you're right.
Gilman, you've been on the board a little longer, but I don't ever remember question mark.
No, I think it's correct to see if isn't a question.
Right, shall is.
Shall is the
Or
question.
anything, but it's on my desk.
If you could just,
Sure, absolutely.
You do now?
What about the,
bless you.
zoning ordinance ones, are they asked?
And
as a
again.
question?
So, all of them have a question except 24. The question mark.
Yeah, the zoning
I
article
don't wish
questions.
to
No, it's a good
significantly
point.
delay the procedures this evening, but I want to make sure that,
I will
Yeah.
confirm with legal, and, yeah, and it will take just a minute once I get my stuff. So,
Yeah.
okay.
yeah, no worries.
It is an important question.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
So
I'm
I
not
didn't notice
comfortable
that. No,
entertaining
you're
a
right.
motion if, we'll have to get a little crafty with the language of the motion.
Providing it's a question.
Sorry.
Providing it's a question. right? Or a statement.
If you can't find it, I may run and grab it. Let me just see.
Bless you.
That small of an edit can be done at the
Yeah.
deliberative session.
This is what I get for eating mints.
Yeah, so it just,
Oh,
whether or
yeah,
not that has to be.
that'll do it.
There'd be a question mark.
Oh, I'm sure. You're crafty, you're good.
Oh,
Yeah, I know you've got
I
it.
know what I'm going to say.
Yeah,
Just if she
for
could
sure
find
do.
the answers. Bless you.
I'm sorry.
That's
Oh,
okay.
Molly. Are you allergic to it?
No, I'm eating strong mints, and it's
Oh,
me to sneeze. I don't think I'm allergic to you.
I was joking. I don't know why I'm starting to get very tired
Your version of snow.
all of a sudden.
So this,
What? Oh, you found it.
well, that, I think that's where
That's the all veteran. It's right here.
So it's got the word
Right
shall
here.
in.
All right, so modify, which one are we on? Total disability credit. Modify disabled exemption. Modify elderly.
The exemption for the blind is the one that doesn't have it.
I can't think there's a difference, though.
I think we just missed a question mark in 24.
So, disabled, this isn't the disabled exemption.
Adopt, modify, disable, invention,
That's what,
exemption.
yeah, that's what I have right here. But this is a different one, that's the elderly exemption, or the,
There's a period at the end of
is
it.
it?
And this one does. It's-
Yeah. Let's see. Adopt. Here it is. Shall the town.
I have an idea.
There is a question mark after property. Right? Isn't this adopt, modify, optional service connected, total disability credit? Shall
So the question mark's not taking away from the intent of the warrant article. So I'm going to make I'm going to entertain a motion differently than I've been doing it,
Okay.
with the understanding that you can follow up with whomever
Sure.
tomorrow.
It does have a question mark in the
Yeah.
language from DRA.
I understand, but
Okay.
it's not consistent. So
Yep.
why don't we do this for the sake of time, because we're not
Sure.
taking away from the spirit of the article. I would entertain a motion to recommend, good night, thank you. I would entertain a motion to recommend Article 22, that the town would increase the optional tax credit for veterans with a service-connected total disability from $2,000 to $2,500, and have that placed on the warrant.
I'll make that motion.
And I'm happy to reframe it.
I was just looking at Mrs. Sog.
I'm just trying to think. So the rest of them we have approved as written, right? And then Joanna.
But I'm not asking that we do
Correct.
this as written.
Right. Joanna, could you read that back? No.
Okay.
Sorry.
Could you?
I'll withdraw my motion.
Withdraw your okay.
Sorry.
I would entertain a motion to recommend Article 22, to modify optional service-connected total disability credit for veterans with a service-connected total disability from $2,000 to $2,500.
So moved.
Second.
Well, there's a motion and a second discussion.
I just wanted to know, should the RSA language be in there? Pursuing.
I took it as it was broad enough for me to go fix the language. Is that how we're
Like
talking?
I'm asking the board to consider recommending Article 22, the spirit of which is to increase the credit $500. And the reason I'm not saying as written is because there may need to be.
No, I know. Because there's a reference to an RSA there. Okay. I just didn't know if that should still be.
Well, it's in when I'm saying no.
So you're.
If I could just finish.
Sure.
Article 22 encompasses all of the information.
Okay.
But I'm happy to.
No, it's fine.
I think you got it just right, and that's why I made the motion. And this is not a
All right, no, you know what, can we move on? We'll just, you have a, are you okay with it?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
It's a motion. Who made the second?
Molly.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Article 23. Shall the town modify the provisions of RSA 72:39A for elderly exemption from property tax in the town of Exeter based on assessed value for qualified taxpayers to be as follows. For a person 65 years of age up to 74 years, $198,000, previously $152,250. For a person 75 years of age up to 79 years, $238,000, previously $183,250. For a person 80 years of age or older, $307,000, previously $236,250. To qualify, the person must have been a New Hampshire resident for at least 3 consecutive years, own the real estate individually or jointly, or if the real estate is owned by such person's spouse, they must have been married to each other for at least 5 consecutive years. In addition, the taxpayer must have a net income of not more than $43,000, or if married, a combined net income of less than $55,000, and own net assets not in excess of $194,251, excluding the value of the person's residence. Majority vote required.
Thank you. So this is one of the 4 recommendations from, as Julie said, the Tax Exemptions and Credits Committee. Again, this had to do with their feeling that the 2024 revaluation affected different people in different ways, and they wanted to adjust the elderly exemption to take into account, to be a larger amount due to the very large increase in some of the valuations.
Plus, they haven't been updated in, at least a decade, if not more.
Yes.
And I'll just let you know that there is a bill that is going through the House. It just went through my committee today to increase those limits.
Oh, even more than this?
Yep.
Or are we close to what?
Nope.
No. Oh, okay. All right.
And open this up to the public for anyone who wishes to speak to Article 23. Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the board.
Actually, we are kind of close.
Anybody? Take a different tact on this motion.
I'm waiting. I'm standing by.
Okay.
Take your time.
Question marks.
Hmm?
So I have no problem with the question marks.
Yeah, I don't either.
Okay.
Yeah, no.
You can make a motion.
No, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
What, you just want me to move, I'll move Article 23 as written? Is that how, or do you want me to reread the
So we
whole
can,
thing
no,
again?
we can,
I like your approach, Nico, that creating some flexibility.
how about, I will entertain a motion, to recommend Article 23 as written. No. I will entertain a motion to recommend Article 23 to modify the elderly exemption from property tax to be as follows. For a person 65 years of age to 74 years, $198,000. For a person 75 years of age up to 79 years, $238,000. For a person 80 years of age or older, $307,000.
That it? I would make that motion.
No, go ahead.
We still need to do.
To qualify.
Yeah.
The qualifications?
Yeah,
Okay.
sorry.
I will withdraw my motion.
Okay. Well, you know what, I'm not going to hold up the meeting. I will entertain a motion to recommend Article 23 be placed on the warrant as written.
With. Okay.
Okay.
So moved.
Second.
It's a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. It would be nice to get an answer on that, though, Melissa.
I will
Okay.
get an answer on all of them.
Article 24, shall the town modify the provisions of RSA 72:37 exemption for the blind to allow an inhabitant who is legally blind as determined by the Blind Services Program to be exempt each year on the assessed value for property tax purposes of his or her residential real estate to the value of $25,000, an increase from the previously approved exemption amount of $15,000, majority vote required.
Do you want to put a question mark at the end of that?
Go ahead.
This is the same thing. This is the Tax Exemption and Credit Committee's recommendation. Like Julie said, hasn't been reviewed in quite some time. So this was a request that we go from $15,000 to $25,000 for the blind exemption credit.
Okay. I'll open it up to the public for anyone who wishes to speak to Article 24. Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board.
Yeah, I'd just like to be clear that these recommendations are not just based on an increase in taxation, it's also how long ago they were instituted and not changed, and also to account for inflation. So.
Actually, I will make a comment. I'm going to vote to recommend that, but it is with the knowledge that anytime we offer an exemption to one person, all the other taxpayers pick up the slack on that exemption.
Yeah.
So on all of these, we're redistributing tax obligation. And we should do that with care. Because, and we should, if there are things that need to be verified, we should follow through on that very thoroughly. And not just sort of say, oh, you know, Scout's honor. So that's my comment.
Anybody else? Seeing none, I would entertain a motion to recommend that Article 24 be placed on the warrant as written.
So moved.
Second.
It's a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Article 25, shall the town vote to adopt the provisions of an RSA 72:28B, all veterans tax credit? If adopted, the credit will be available to any resident or the spouse or surviving spouse of any resident who, 1, served not less than 90 days on active service in the armed forces of the United States and was honorably discharged, or an officer honorably separated from services and is not eligible for or receiving a credit under RSA 72:28 or RSA 72:35. If adopted, the credit granted will be $500, the same amount as the standard or optional veterans tax credit voted by the town of Exeter under RSA 72:28, majority vote required.
Thank you. So this was probably talked about the most among the tax and exemption credit committee, which they came to you folks, and you heard that they were pretty divided, but what they did agree with, that they wanted to recommend to you folks to put it on the ballot to ask the voters. Essentially, right now, we do not have the all veterans tax credit. Currently, in order to get a veterans tax credit here in Exeter, there are certain years and certain conflicts in which you needed to have participated in to qualify. And this would allow all veterans with 90 days active service and was honorably discharged to qualify for a $500 credit. This credit has to be the same amount as the standard credit, which is why it's being recommended at $500.
Thank you. Invite members of the public to speak to Article 25. Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the board. Anybody? Then I would entertain a motion to recommend that Article 25 be placed on the warrant as written.
So moved.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those signify please by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Before we move on, I appreciate everybody's patience with me. My first year on the select board, we went through this process, and we had more than 28. And it was a long night. And the 5 members of the board, myself included that night, voted to recommend. And then at the end, right, the 5 of us who were in agreement, signed this. That, right? And I had a member of the community call me and say, don't you do your job? Didn't you see this typo or this thing? And it was, and I went back, and it was a very angry phone call, but she was right. And so a question mark, somebody put there for a reason, but it's not consistent with all of them. Even this one, as I'm reading it, we have who won. I don't know where 2, 3, or 4, if there are any. I mean, when we're signing this and we're recommending this to be placed on the warrant as written, and if it's not written correctly, and I'm not saying that it's not, but that's why I was being a little cranky.
No, you were being right about it. It's just that it's formed as a question. That was my concern was just the IRS thing.
And I just, I
deal
can't
with
go
law,
back.
so,
I mean,
no, it's good.
So-
We're good.
Wondering, I've never seen a.
Yeah.
This is the recommended, so this is what's recommended to us by our legal team, which is from the department.
Not questioning it.
Oh, yeah, I'm just letting you know that this, because I agree with you, why does it say one, who won? But it is written as the recommended motion when you're adopting this.
Can't disagree with you.
I have no idea why.
Anyway, thank you for your patience. Article 26, to see if the town will amend the membership of the Water Sewer Advisory Committee established by Article 20 of the 2011 town meeting and Article 22 of the 2024 town meeting by adding 1 alternate member so that the committee will now consist of 5 members, 2 of whom are select board members, and 1 alternate. Majority vote is required.
We changed this in 2024, and when we did that, we reduced it to a number, but we actually had an extra person that was interested, which doesn't normally happen, so we'd like to add an alternate position to the committee.
Makes sense. I would open it up to the public for anyone who wishes to speak to Article 26. Seeing none, we'll bring it back
No?
to the board.
Okay. Bob's shaking his head over there.
I'm good.
You're good? I would entertain a motion to recommend that Article 26 be placed on the warrant as written.
So moved.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Okay.
I have a question on this next one, Mr. Chair. Barrington does not have a G in it. Is that the way they wrote it?
So we double-checked today that it actually was added.
Oh,
and
great.
that we can fix that, we can edit that. and it
Awesome.
was
Thank you.
Allowable, yeah.
Good proactive.
We didn't change it at first because we didn't think we could, but we double checked.
So Barrington has a G in the official warrant,
Correct.
not in our packets. Thank you.
Good call. And please, I know you and I talked earlier this afternoon that the first citizens petition we're going to read, the board has an obligation to vote whether to recommend or not because there is a dollar figure.
Correct.
Okay. Article 27, Citizens Petition. Shall the town vote to award veterans in the town of Exeter $750 credit off their property tax, such as what is awarded in the towns of Dover, Newmarket, Portsmouth, Kingston, East Kingston, Barrington, and others? Majority vote required. Is the petitioner here to speak to this evening? Okay. Would any member of the public like to speak to Article 27? Hearing none, we'll bring it back to the board. Any comments?
I do.
Please.
There are other definitions of veterans, and we've heard about the 100% disability. There are the optional tax credit, which this could be what they're referring to because the upper limit of that is $750. I'm in support of it, but I don't think that it passes the legal question of just which RSA are we adopting or amending.
Good point.
But it's a citizen's petition.
Yeah.
So
We can't edit it.
We're not allowed to edit.
No.
Anything else?
So would that hold up? If it passed, then would some lawyer say, hey, you can't do that? Or is that, how's that work? Keith Whitehouse was.
Thank you.
So there's a question from the public is whether or not this would be binding if it passed, and that would be, we'd have to seek legal opinion on that.
After the fact.
After
And
the
there
fact.
is a second piece to this. So like Julie said, we don't know what they're referencing. Is it the all veterans credit? What is it? The all veterans credit, if that's what it was, has to match the standardized number. And so we would have one at one number and one at another. So we would obviously get a legal opinion, but that is another factor that may make it not binding.
Can we share that legal opinion with the petitioners prior to deliberative session?
Yeah,
Are we allowed to do that?
I can talk to them, but they can't change anything. I can't
Until
recommend-
deliberative.
Yeah, I can't
They can offer an
recommend.
amendment at deliberative. Yes, they can.
Yes.
Okay.
So let's share information with them and perhaps coach them up a little bit.
So we don't normally, so,
Yeah, we gotta be careful. with
yeah,
that.
I have to be careful about
Okay.
that
Do
because
that
I
after the
typically,
fact.
yeah.
We can alert them to the fact that we think it's insufficient.
Or vague. You can just say vague.
We have not in the past.
Yeah,
I'm afraid to set
typically,
precedent.
Yeah.
We've had folks approach
All right, so we'll just
the
leave it
town
be.
managers. I mean,
leave it
it's-
for
it's-
deliberative session, then,
Go from there.
yeah.
If you go on the town clerk's website, which I've done recently to look for something else regarding citizens petitions, I mean, there are examples. I mean, if you want to do one, I mean, there's not only some pretty good examples there,
Yeah.
but there are resources cited if folks need to go.
So given that I, as a select board member, know that this is not sufficient and not clear, I'm going to abstain on a recommendation. Am I allowed to do that?
Yeah.
You can abstain from a vote.
Yeah,
We
that's what I'm
all
going to do.
abstain.
Seriously.
Well,
Just-
wouldn't
just
the
to give you all a
recommend-
heads up.
I mean, if you're concerned that the recommendation isn't legal, wouldn't the recommendation would be to not
Well,
recommend?
no, this is we can't recommend this go on the warrant. It's a citizens petition.
It is on the
It's
warrant.
it's on the warrant.
No, I understand, but whether you recommend it or not, right? Because it's a dollar amount.
Correct.
Yeah.
Right. So if nobody's comfortable, we can all abstain. We could vote no. We could vote yes.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
loath to vote no, but I'm also loath to vote yes. So I'm going to be abstaining.
So what's? I'm
Can you
sorry.
just go to the mic, Keith? Thanks.
apologies, but could you clarify how we're going to get this person who submitted this a real shot? And how, like what, we can't do that here? You can't say,
No.
you just got to go to the town clerk and they'll help this person?
No, I didn't say that either.
No, I know, that's what I'm trying to clarify. I don't want to put any words.
They would have to go to deliberative session to clean
At
this
this
up.
point, it's the deadline to submit a petition, which they met.
Yeah.
It's been submitted, so it's going on the warrant as written.
Okay.
The only way it can be changed at this point is if at deliberative session, the petitioner or somebody else
Offers an amendment.
offers an amendment, but the amendment can't change
The subject.
the subject
It's
matter.
the intent of the,
Yeah.
yeah. So will there be counsel there for some advisement of some kind?
The town will have its legal counsel there.
Okay. So would that person be able to help with the wording of that at that time to rectify the situation? Or
I'm hearing
Make a
probably not.
recommendation?
Please.
Because that would take some back and forth at deliberative session, and,
Correct.
we don't like to spend a whole lot of time there if we don't have to.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to avoid,
Yeah.
is so like maybe we get it tighter somehow through some method before that occurs.
Oh, well, as the chair spoke about, the town clerk's office has some
Mhm.
samples. If the petitioner wants to go in and get a sample and try to write out an amendment, because
Yeah.
it has to be written out for the town, for the.
But that can't be brought to bear on this until deliberative session.
Right.
Keith.
No, I understand. I'm just trying to make this person not feel like they wasted their time
Yeah.
because they didn't
Or weren't
they
being
weren't
heard.
an attorney.
Yeah.
Okay,
I would,
so that's where that's at.
convey the essence of our conversation here
Yeah. Okay.
to them.
I'll try to find out who it is. Thank you.
you
I
go.
appreciate your time.
The lead petitioner is.
Another
is there.
reason to go to
Yeah,
the
it's
town
not
clerk's
solid, but-
office.
Because I'm not clear, is it supposed to be in addition to? Does anyone know that? No, because they're not here. Okay.
Yeah.
So, Mr. White, because I don't want you leaving without us explaining completely with a system.
position.
Oh, no. Yeah.
How do we get to yes on this is where I'm at.
I get you. No, I understand that. But when somebody wants to do a citizen's petition, right, and it's really easy to find on the clerk's website.
Right.
It tells you what you have to do, how you got to do it, when you have to do it by, and then there are examples of petitions, and then there are links to resources if folks need to,
Okay.
with the state, to get resources.
I can help recraft this. I think I understand what we're talking about.
But at this point, it's, we can't.
I see.
It's,
And
yeah.
I just, again, so I appreciate your help, that's all. I'm just
Of
trying
course,
to get it so
yeah.
that this person has a real shot at it, and it's not like, oh, the town shut us down, we don't want to hear that. We want to hear, like, how do we help?
If I could, Mr. Chair.
Please, of course.
This is another example of how inflexible our system of government is.
Right.
Just saying.
No,
Everyone gets to participate, but there's a high degree of inflexibility that goes with the everyone gets to
I
participate.
understand and
Yeah.
respect it, I do. We're going
Yeah.
to get some help to these people.
So
Thank you.
if I may, this is an incredibly unusual scenario where in the warrant, a few warrants earlier, if it is the all veterans credit, is a legal binding recommendation. If that's what they want, that's what they're trying to do.
But we don't know.
But we don't know that.
I'm just,
That's
right,
why
I'm
I'm
putting it
confused,
out there,
right.
that I don't know that that's what they're doing, but if that's what they're looking for,
Right, which is in fact more money than what they're.
We don't know if it's that one or in addition to. So that's important to know because
By statute, they all have to be the same, right?
correct.
So they all have to be the same. That's what the state statute says. If the all veterans.
It doesn't
The
have-
optional credit have to be the same.
Yes.
So it's complex, and that's what I mean, like, how are we gonna make this so that we have the wording correct, so everybody who's voting clearly understands what they are or aren't voting for?
When people come to me and ask me for advice on how to do a citizen's petition, I tell them to consult a lawyer. Don't just do this on your own.
Right? I personally had nothing to do with this, I'm just trying.
No, I'm not saying you did.
Yeah,
But,
I appreciate that.
but that might be the advice to the lead petitioner is like, get yourself a lawyer and
But
and
if
get an amendment.
resources are not available to obtain legal opinion, start with what's available on the town website.
Yeah, absolutely.
right.
I agree.
And just to be clear on whether it's in addition to or separate from what is already there.
It just has all those signatures, right? So all of us would hate for all of those people to feel like they were wasting their time.
We always do. Citizens petitions are wonderful.
No, it's
The
great.
vetting part of it is where, where people get frustrated.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
And just to pull an example from the recent past, there was a Swayze Parkway petition
That one, yeah. That's what I mean.
that
That's
went
all
sideways
right.
because it wasn't framed correctly.
Right. That's what we don't want to happen. That's just going to cause unnecessary bitterness.
Yeah, that we don't need, but there it is, right? We try to avoid that.
So, Ms. Roy, the board has a responsibility to entertain a motion to recommend the $750 credit. Correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Because it has a dollar amount connected to it. It would be a financial change.
I would entertain a motion to recommend Article 27 Citizens Petition that the town vote to award veterans in the town of Exeter $750 credit off their property tax.
This is tough. So I can't motion.
Sure you can.
Well, no, I can motion, but it's usually the person who seconds it is for discussion. I'm just not sure of our process right now.
You can make a
I
motion.
will
You can make a motion.
move the
for discussion.
motion for it. And hope,
Did I hear a second?
yes.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
Yes, thank you. I just want to make sure we had that discussion part. So what Selectman Chartrand brought up a good point. I don't want to vote no for this because we don't know what the intent is, but I would rather abstain too. Are we able to all abstain if we so choose? Okay, just want to, I have never been in this situation. I don't like
We've
to
got a
assume.
lot of firsts tonight.
Yeah, don't we?
Mr. Chair, if I could ask you to do a roll call on this so we can each explain why we're doing what we're doing.
To give a recommendation. So it's funny, I actually was just talking about this with another town administrator. So
We can't, we have a motion and a second, and we're just, we can't,
Okay.
we can't.
No, I know.
Any other discussion? I agree with both of you. I mean, I, in principle, am in favor of a credit, but I don't understand.
The intent.
Can't.
Can we do a roll call on this?
We're going to do a roll call.
Great.
Is there any other discussion? Okay, seeing none. Selectwoman Gilman?
I will abstain.
Selectwoman Belanger?
I will abstain.
Selectwoman Cowan?
Abstain.
Selectman Chartrand?
I will abstain because of the flaws that we know this article has.
And the chair abstains for same and similar reasons. So that's 5 abstentions. Joanne? Okay, one more. Article 28. New Hampshire communities value strong public schools and responsible use of public funds for education. Therefore, the voters of Exeter, New Hampshire are asked, shall we call on our legislators to protect taxpayers by requiring the Education Freedom Account Program to provide fiscal and educational performance reports comparable to those required of public schools, and by limiting eligibility to families with demonstrated financial need? This question is raised because state legislators recently removed all income limits from the Education Freedom Account Program, vouchers, expanding it beyond its original purpose. These changes added tens of millions of dollars in costs, while the program provides limited public information on how funds are spent or if educational standards are being met. The voucher program is projected to cost $110 million over the next 2 years with no new revenue sources identified. This directs public funds to private education without reducing the expenses public schools are constitutionally required to cover, increasing pressure on local property taxes. Be it further resolved that the Exeter Select Board shall send the results of this vote to the governor and all members of the general court representing Exeter within 30 days of this vote, majority vote required. Is the petitioner here to speak to this? Okay. I would open this up to the public for anyone that wishes to speak to Article 28. Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board for any comments.
I think this is incredibly germane. but this board has never made recommendations on non-financial articles, and I would urge us to continue that tradition for that reason.
We're just reading it out because it's on the warrant.
No, I understand that, but I'm saying I would be uncomfortable for us making a recommendation on this type of petition, given that we've never done that in the past.
I will just say that there are several proposed bills this year that do some or other thing to the EFAs, including putting guardrails on them. But there's also one to let the towns make their own. So we could offer our own freedom account. Some of them are to improve it. Some of them are, there's one to repeal it altogether. So those things we won't know about until the end of the year. So, but there it is.
Anybody else?
No, I just would go on the record as saying I think that this is incredibly timely and very important.
Mm-hmm.
And I am also happy to, let our voters decide, as it is not required that we wait.
Right. I agree with you. It's incredibly germane. But we have a tradition of not recommending this type of article, and I'd like to see us continue.
I think it's law that we don't
uphold that tradition.
All right. That concludes the reading of all of the warrants. At this time, I would entertain a motion to close the public hearing in the Town of Exeter 2026 operating budget.
So moved.
Second.
The motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Thank you. Next, we have a presentation from our library director and our finance director on a request from the libraries. Welcome back.
Thanks for everyone's patience. Guys,
It can run thin sometimes. Good night. Thank you.
So I will just keep this brief. This actually coordinates very well with the warrant article that was just reviewed that the trustees brought to your board. For the first time in 38 years, as far back as I could find in financial records, the library has two bills that we're unable to pay for the fiscal year 2025. Those are both germane to the week of Thanksgiving. We had two boiler pipes fail. They were new to the building, and we have paid the majority, but there is a remainder balance of $1,935.48 on the bill to that vendor. And our fire suppression had a leak that needed to be repaired, totaling $6,749.80. We at the library, we always try to stretch our budgets as best we can. These literally happened in the last month. And we were just not able to get creative and absorb these extra expenses due to the time that they occurred within our budget cycle. So I am asking the select board if they are willing to give the library the funds in order to pay these two bills.
Thank you. We had met with Finance Director Stevens, and I met with Julia, as well as you, Chairperson Papakostantis. And since that meeting, Corey and I were able to review the budget, and we feel that we can absorb this cost or these costs in the FY25 budget in order to help the library in this one-time circumstance. I feel that they are making progress towards not having these situations if the town will vote for this maintenance fund, because when you have something break in the last few weeks of the year, they don't have a revolving account. So Corey and I felt that we could absorb it if you chose to support that in $25.
What's the total amount, Mr. Stevens, that you're looking for authorization on?
Looks like it's 85, 28.
It's changed a couple times since I've seen it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, sorry.
Or no, that's not correct either.
Yeah, I've got
It's
860.
$8,685.28.
8,000?
Yep.
8685.28.
0.2.
8.
Thank you. And this is from the FY25.
This would be so similar to another department, and I use the word department because it is a division within our operating budget for general fund. If there was an overage, but the bottom line of the general fund budget, as we talked about earlier, had still surplus in it from unspent lines, we have the right to allocate within that bottom line. So that's essentially what we'd be doing here.
Okay. So you have found almost $8,700 from the FY25 budget that was available to be transferred to the library.
Correct. But that's
without compromising other departments. I'm sorry.
No, I interrupted you. My apologies. And that's the town's budget, not the library's budget, correct?
That's correct.
Is there an option here where we could bridge the money to you and then it could come out of the 25,000?
I would have to bring that to the trustees. I believe they would have to vote on that, but they are meeting next Tuesday, so I could get that answer at the next meeting.
I mean, is that something this board is interested in exploring?
Corey, would that work for, so that, just to go through that, that would be $26 paying for a 25 item before the fund was even created. I wonder what the legality of that might be.
Okay.
I don't know that there's a legal issue. I think that we'd be booking anticipated revenue at the end of the year of $8,600 against expenditures we had. It's not unsimilar to the way that I'm going to book for reimbursement out of sick leave.
I don't mean us
other
receiving
than
it. I mean the library using their capital reserve fund appropriately.
I mean,
Or expendable
I think things
trust.
have to come together. The townsfolk have to vote on a new expendable trust
Right.
fund. The trustees have to vote for it, so that may not even come to pass. but
Yeah,
it could if-
given that it's a hypothetical, let's scratch that. Let's scratch that idea, because that sounds way too complicated. But I'll ask you this, Julia. Would this be the type of thing that would be covered by the
This is exactly the reason why I
Okay.
saw this
so
coming.
this would never happen again if the voters vote yes?
I don't want to use a crystal ball in a public meeting, but I would hope not.
Right.
The point of the maintenance fund is to defer taxpayer costs by having a fund to pay for these type of things that happen in any building.
Building related?
Yeah, building
Like the
related,
$25,000 would never go to
Yeah.
increase salaries for librarians or something like that?
it would, yeah.
It's
that's
building
the point.
related.
Exactly.
By design,
And-
it couldn't, right?
Yeah,
'cause we're-
the language
Okay.
in which creates the expendable trust fund requires, and I don't have it quite in front of me, it to only be used for certain things. The trustees would approve it, and then the trustees of the trust fund review whether or not that expenditure meets the qualifications of that expendable trust fund. So there's
Thank you.
two different checks and balances.
That's
for that.
great. So given that that's the case going forward, I will be happy to agree to this.
So I'm just going to do a scenario where Selectman Chartrand's question, although is not going to be discussed tonight or looked into tonight, that's something we could look into in the future if that article passes for that $25,000. Right? No, I'm just asking a hypothetical here, Dan.
So I think the answer to that is that it wouldn't be our business. It would be library business at that point. They wouldn't come to us, I think.
If the 25.
If they had to.
Oh.
If they
If there was a $30,000 expense
Right,
and they had
thank you.
25,000 and they came to
Yeah.
us asking
Yeah,
for 5.
that's
how about
something we
this?
could consider.
If it's okay with the board, why don't we research it? And
Yeah.
we can find out and get you an answer.
So I know with my question, it's not relevant to this, tonight,
but
this
it's
one.
a good question.
But in the future, I would like to know that. Thank you.
Sure.
Appreciate it.
Anybody else?
No.
So this is not the first time that I've sat with a library director. It was not always you. It's not the first time I've sat with a member of the trustees coming to the board, we're coming to the town for funds because of different reasons. And I understand that you don't have a crystal ball. And I understand it's probably, I would have asked the same question, and I understand it's probably unfair to ask that question to say you're never going to come back and ask for this again, particularly if you get the $25,000. And I know that you can't sit there and look me in the eye and say that you're never going to do that because you don't know that, right? I get that. Having dealt with the library over the last couple of years, because of inadequate funds either at the end of the year or just not having money to pay bills, it is frustrating. It's been frustrating for the BRC. It's been frustrating for the executive team. And frankly, it was frustrating for the board a couple of years ago when the library came before us and miraculously found some money and left and never came back. I'm excited that the transparency has seemed to improve since you have assumed the leadership of the library, particularly since the budget process this fall. And I applaud that you've worked with Mr. Stevens and Ms. Roy and will continue to do so. And I applaud that the trustees have come in good faith to try to work together. How do I put this? Without hiding behind an RSA. I'm being very blunt because it's late and this is getting old. I am going to, if a motion is made, vote yes, because I've talked with Ms. Roy and I've talked to Mr. Stevens, and I'm confident that they have found the funds to be able to help pay for these unanticipated costs. I wish you luck on the expendable fund that's on the warrant. I think it's a good idea, and it probably should have been done a while ago.
I would agree.
So hopefully the voters see it that way. But I'm asking that this doesn't happen frequently, or that the library finds ways to pay your bills and to work with Mr. Stevens and the town manager's office. Continuing the increased transparency and collaboration, I think, will only help the people who matter, and those are the ones that come and enjoy the library, right? Because we don't want the library to lose money. We don't want the library to close hours because of funding. We want a functioning library.
We don't want to fall down around
Right.
our ears, right?
So, and safety matters.
Yes, right.
That's, and I'm saying that, and I apologize if I'm coming off blunt. I just want to be honest with you because this has happened before. So,
And that's why I'm asking you the question in the future. I know you don't have a crystal ball, and unfortunately, you are walking into a situation, you're doing a great job, and I will say, again, I appreciate all the efforts that are being made, but unfortunately, we're going to just kind of take baby steps, I think. That's my view anyway right now. Admire what you guys do. We have a great library, but yeah. And you're in a tough situation, it's recognized.
thank you. Thank you. Anybody else?
Yeah, I just want to let you know that there's a bill in my committee that does exactly what's going on here for this governing body to take over the governing of the library.
If I could just offer a bit of advice, and it's worth exactly what you paid for it, which is nothing. So I would be very conservative if that expendable trust fund got approved. Like, you want to have money at the end of the year if the boilers don't work. That $25,000 shouldn't be tapped in the first quarter for, you get what I'm driving at, right?
Yeah, the goal would be to have that build. We would like to
Exactly.
conservatively use those funds to build up.
Or
just to
not
make sure this doesn't happen.
use them at all.
Oh,
Yeah.
the goal. I would love also if there just stopped being leaks at the library.
Yeah,
That would be a great goal.
and that would be what you would use
which
it
is what we're
for.
building it towards. So that
If you have a building problem, you would put some of that money towards it. But if you drain it, and then you have another problem, then you're back here. And we want you to come here and tell us about your successes.
Exactly.
You got what I'm driving at.
Yeah, and we know these aren't new problems. These are cumulative problems. So let's see what we can do to get you moving forward and healthy and happy.
Mr. Stevens, do you call this a transfer? Would you consider this a transfer of funds? What's the word you're looking for?
I'm gonna do a line transfers from one department into the library.
Okay. All right. If there are no other comments, I would entertain a motion to authorize a line transfer of $8,685.28 from the FY25 budget to the Exeter Public Library budget to cover unanticipated costs of repairs.
So moved.
I'll second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
And thank you.
Unfortunately, Mr. Wyndham, the economic developer, is not available this evening. He had two memos which are pretty self-explanatory, the first of which is to rename the Exeter Train Committee. And I don't know if you...
Do you want me to speak to these?
That would be great.
A couple of typos in this, the first, well, actually, that's the charrette one. Do you want to take up the train station committee?
Let's do the
first?
train station first.
Got it.
Because that's
Okay.
that, but I'm glad that I'm not the only punctuation police that
So basically, the committee had its first meeting last week. You'll hear about that in my select board report. But one of the items that came up was that they would like to not be known as the train committee, but the train station committee, because they really don't do anything with the Downeaster itself. The efforts of this committee will be towards finding ways to improve amenities at the Exeter stop. So that's the reason for the name change.
And the memo was pretty self-explanatory. Are there any questions?
No.
No? Okay. Then seeing none, I'd entertain a motion to rename the Exeter Train Committee to the Exeter Train Station Committee effective immediately.
I'll make that motion.
Second.
A motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
And then,
there's a reason I said effective immediately, and that leads right into.
Yeah. So the train station committee had our inaugural meeting, as the memo says, and Darren gave a presentation about a Plan NH charrette that he's been working on, which evidently we're going to have the inside track on, because that's one of the benefits of being a community that's willing to work on housing. This memo just describes sort of what the process is of getting that, and we're hoping that this board will approve our chair to sign a letter. That's it.
Any questions?
That's the deal.
No, my only question is, has the Economic Development Director talked to the folks at Plan New Hampshire about the other charrette that we did several years ago?
Yes, everyone's aware of the Lincoln Street charrette and West Exeter.
And this is a little bit different.
This is more focused, it'll be focused on the
Economic build.
The C1 district, yeah.
Yeah.
And, there's a lot of parcels in there that are developable or potentially developable. I don't know what I'm supposed to talk about and what I'm not, so it's always, so I'm not going to talk about anything specific. But really trying to get the wider community of Exeter and the specific community of West Exeter to understand what the potential of sort of getting more amenities for that transportation center online.
And if I understand this correctly, Darren feels that they're looking favorably upon our future or pending application for potentially a summer charrette.
That's right.
Well, I think they should, partially because some of the things that came out of the solution offered from Plan New Hampshire for Lincoln Street, we actually did. So.
Yeah, the corridor was much improved by the recommendations of that charrette. And the redesign of that street really came almost directly, almost entirely directly out of the charrette.
All right. Then I would entertain a motion to authorize the Select Board Chair to sign a letter of support for the Exeter Train Station Committee's application to Plan New Hampshire's Community Drive Charrette Program.
I'll make that motion.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion passes. Thank you.
And Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I did finally receive, I was going to talk to Darren today, but he's out sick. I did receive another request that is train-related for a potential letter of support. So the town of Exeter, Dover, Durham, and Portsmouth were contacted by the Massachusetts Bay Transportation Authority, which is the MBTA, and they are looking to put in a federal grant to improve the rail line in Massachusetts that services the Amtrak. So they are wondering if they have some letters of support, but they are wondering if the board would consider a letter of support for their federal grant since the Down Easter track goes on the rail that they're trying to improve.
I'm sorry. I have numbers in my head and it's getting late. What is it they're looking for? Because we don't have a memo. So.
That's okay, because I just received it. They just reached out to Portsmouth, Dover, Exeter, and Durham. It is the MBTA in Massachusetts.
Yeah, I've been following that.
Yep.
Yeah.
So they are putting in a federal grant that would help them rehabilitate the train tracks on the line that the Down Easter uses. So the Down Easter comes down from Maine and into Boston. That track is one of the tracks they're looking to get a grant for improvement.
So the Massachusetts track that the Down Easter runs on is an MBTA line.
Yes.
It doesn't become CSX until it hits New
Right.
Hampshire and Maine.
So they're looking for, so this would affect Maine and New Hampshire?
Correct. They're
That's what I was
asking
looking-
Maine
Indirect.
and New, sorry.
Indirect.
Yep, they're asking Maine and New Hampshire communities along the rail line, and we just got it, so I apologize for it
No,
being in the
it's not
packet.
that. In my mind, I'm thinking Park Street Bridge and that
Oh, no.
conversation where we don't know where that's going, but okay, I'm going to keep it separate in my mind,
Yes.
begrudgingly. 'cause
So
that's
if you
troubling.
so chose,
Okay.
it would just be authorize the select board chair to sign a letter of support.
That sounds good to me, as long as they do it the first day of school, which was when they always do track maintenance. Just kidding.
It's salty.
So it's your letter of support for the MBTA.
To seek, are you ready?
Yeah.
FSP national funding.
FSP.
National funding for the Draw 1 Bridge Replacement Project.
For the
Draw 1 Bridge Replacement Project.
Bridge
Yeah, where are they replacing a bridge?
project.
So it's the Draw 1 is a critical asset on Amtrak's Down Easter route and integral passenger rail service that carry blah, 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 blah. Will support the construction of a third bridge span across the Charles River, as well as replacement of track signals and communications equipment north of the bridge, which is where we are, including infrastructure that facilitates freight and passenger rails moving through a key interlocking.
I'm sorry to interrupt. When does he need this by?
Beginning of February. That's why they just reached
Well, what
out.
does that mean?
Let me say.
Like, we're meeting on February 2nd. Could Mr. Wyndham have a memo to us and then I could sign it February 2nd?
Seriously?
Yeah, I'm not.
I don't know why we're looking at a bridge.
They need it by January 28th.
Great, plenty of time.
And we can say no. We don't have to do this.
It's not that I want to say no, I want to be
Yeah,
able to understand it, though. This is last two.
This
Well,
was
not your, I
yeah,
know.
No, they came to me. This was just given to me through the city manager in Portsmouth reached out to the other communities on the rail line. So this would be the letter of support.
So they gave it to you.
They just gave it to me.
You-
Darren doesn't
you-
even know yet.
You fed it to Darren?
Not yet. That was today.
He hasn't been involved.
Because he was out sick, yeah.
Yeah.
So.
I say it's a good neighborly thing to do if we can figure out a way to do it here tonight.
Or what it is what I want to know.
Yeah, okay.
I think it's a good idea, too, that, to be neighborly.
Would you like me to read? It's just it's 3 quick paragraphs. Would you like me to read
Would you
them?
mind?
Sure.
That would be really great, thank you.
So the letter of support says the applicant is the MBTA. The project title is the Haverhill Double Track Project. Grant title, this is a different title, but FFY 2024-25 Federal State Partnership for Intercity Passenger Rail. Awarding agency is the U.S. Department of Transportation and the Federal Railroad Administration. Project location is Haverhill, Andover, Wilmington, Reading, Massachusetts. Letter of support returned January 28th. Federal grant summary. Sponsored by the Federal Railroad Administration, the FFY 24-25 Federal State Partnership for Intercity Passenger Rail, or FSP National Program, solicits applications for projects not located on the Northeast Corridor or the NEC. The FSB National Program intends to improve American passenger rail assets, to expand or establish new intercity passenger rail, or IPR, service, reduce the state of good repair backlog, improve performance, and enhance rail safety. This application is due February 6, 2026. The total amount available is like $5 billion. The project description, the MBTA seeks FSBP national funding for the Haverhill Double Track Project. The Haverhill line is a critical asset for Amtrak's Down Easter route. This intercity passenger rail service carries passengers along the New England coast, stretching from the city of Boston to Brunswick, Maine. The Down Easter is projected to have the highest intercity ridership in New England in 2025, excluding the NEC, which means this project will support improved service, facilitating the growth of this critical New England route. The Haverhill line is also a vital service route connecting residents of the broader Merrimack Valley and the Boston metropolitan area, ensuring access to all MBTA regional rail lines serving the north side, Fitchburg, Lowell, and Newburyport Rockport. This project includes the double stacking of single-track bottlenecks along the Haverhill line. Benefits description. This project offers numerous benefits for thousands of riders across hundreds of daily trains and 3 states, improving timely movement and connections throughout the greater New England region. Specific benefits include improved operational capacity, opportunities for speed increases, more reliable service, and safety enhancements.
So if I'm hearing this correctly, they're looking to put double lines back in like we used to have through town.
In Massachusetts, yeah.
No, I
don't know.
I think
It's
you're-
beyond that, though. Exeter used to, sorry, I'm getting very tired. Front Street that whole area had 2 tracks, and now we're down to 1. So to me, it sounds like they're looking to expand that back to 2 again.
In Massachusetts, because this is only in Massachusetts. Nothing happens in New Hampshire or Maine. They're just looking.
Yeah, no, I bet that would be the next step, but okay.
It would be nice if we did it in New Hampshire, but.
Well, they'll do it one section at a time, one state at a time. Okay, so, and it's passenger rail, so I'm comfortable hearing that, so.
So just if I could make a point, if we ever wanted to do something in New Hampshire or Maine, it'd be good to give them our support, so maybe they will give us their support. Reciprocity is I think it's the main argument for doing this.
Yeah, I'm more comfortable now hearing that it's specifically passenger.
Sorry for the lateness.
No, it's fine. Because we still have some other issues with that, I don't want to do something that we say this now and then find out
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yep.
Anyway, I won't
know
go
what
down
you're
that road, but you know what I'm talking about.
I do,
So
yeah.
yes, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
So I would entertain a motion for the Select Board Chair to be authorized to sign a letter of support to the MBTA to seek FSP national funding for the Draw 1 Bridge Replacement Project.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Madam Clerk, if you-
Yeah, if I have a voice left, let's try this. Bear with me, please.
Of course.
Okay, I'm going to start with solar exemptions. Excuse me. Map 73, Lot 66, in the amount of $4,000 for the tax year 2026.
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Map 65, Lot 142, in the amount of $13,500 for the tax year 2026.
I'll second that.
Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Veterans credits, map 47, lot 8, unit 3227, in the amount of, oh, sorry, I'm going to pause. I'm going to do all 500, just so you know. So in the amount of $500 for the tax year 2026. Also, map 71, lot 96, unit 4, in the amount of $500 for tax year 2026. Map 64, lot 105, unit 83, in the amount of $500 for tax year 2026.
I'll second that.
Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
And I'll do the 2000s together also. So map 33, lot 11, in the amount of $2,000. Map 86, lot 17, in the amount of $2,000, and map 19, lot 16, unit 54, in the amount of $2,000, all for the tax year 2026.
I'll second that.
Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
And now on to abatements, map 65, lot 113, in the amount of $4,897.59 for the tax year 2024.
I'll second.
It's motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Map 65, lot 113, in the amount of $5,164.63 for the tax year 2025.
I'll second.
Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Map 69, lot 2, in the amount of $21,256.96 for the tax year 2025.
I'll second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
And finally, map 47, lot 8, unit 3234, in the amount of $187.60 for the tax year 2025.
I'll second.
Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, on this next item, I'm going to recuse myself.
Yes. Just need to find it. I jumped ahead.
Got it?
So we have a memo in our packet from our deputy tax collector looking for a refund request for a late tax fee from Riverwoods. The amount is $165.41 for the Riverwoods property. It's pretty straightforward, but did you want to speak to it?
It is.
or-
It really has to do with what our online system will allow someone to pay.
All right. Are there any questions?
No.
Mr. Stevens or Ms. Roy?
Pretty
Seeing
straightforward.
none, I would entertain a motion then to refund the tax late fee in the amount of $165.41 for the Riverwoods Group for property located at 7 Riverwoods Drive, parcel 97-23.
So moved.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? That's 4-0. Mr. Chartrand recusing himself. Before us, we have a donation to the Pearpoint Park, for the Pearpoint Park. This donation is from the Exeter Area General Federation of Women's Club Environmental Committee, who are looking to generously donate $400. Are there any questions?
Is this the first one?
I think it is.
First official one.
Yeah.
It is, so.
The hope is that once a month,
Mhm.
for the prior month, we will come to you with a slate, and hopefully it's 4,000 or 40,000 as we go forward.
This is exciting. The fundraising
It's
begins.
very generous, very generous.
400, yeah.
Yeah. That's
Okay.
great.
I'd entertain a motion that the Select Board accepts the $400 donation from the Exeter Area General Federation of Women's Club Environmental Committee for the design and construction of Pearpoint Park, and to direct the funds be held by the trustees of trust funds in a new trust account called the Pearpoint Park Fund. Disbursement of the funds shall be made by authorization of the town manager or their designee for the purpose of designing and/or constructing Pearpoint Park.
So moved.
I'll second that.
Any discussion?
Yes. The first 1% is always the hardest.
Yes.
And we got it.
There's a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? Motion
And then
passes.
just as a follow-up, there's an acceptance form that you all can sign.
Okay.
Okay.
Do you have that here?
It should be in your
I think
packet.
it's here.
Oh, it's in the pack. Okay, great.
If
Thank you.
not, I'll make sure you get one.
Nope, I'm pretty sure it's there. It's been, I don't trust my memory at this point.
And then, Mr. Stevens, you're up for the water and sewer impact fees, please.
Yeah, this is an annual exercise that we go through just to make
Sorry,
sure
I
that
got it.
we're employing the impact fees from water sewer in a timely way so that they don't sunset on us. So I've gotten in the habit of just taking the impact fees received in the second prior year and putting them towards debt service for water sewer in the current year. Water impact fees currently have a balance of $146,300. Sewer fund has $82,640. I'd be looking for a combined total of $62,610, broken down. Water impact fees, $40,260. Sewer impact fees, $22,350 to be put towards debt service.
Any questions for Mr. Stevens? No? Okay. Seeing none, then I would entertain a motion that the water and sewer impact fees collected in 2024 be transferred to the general fund operating account to offset debt payments on water sewer completed projects as follows. Water impact fee, $62,610. Sewer impact fee, $22,350.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, the water impact fee is $40,260.
Oh, I'm sorry. Then I'm going to scratch that.
So 60.
Yeah, no, I
60
no, I made it, it's an error on my part. Start over. Entertain a motion that the water and sewer impact fees collected in 2024 be transferred to the general fund operating account to offset debt payments on water and sewer completed projects as follows. Water impact fee, $40,260. Sewer impact fee, $22,350.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Ms. Roy, Town Manager's Report, please.
All right, I'm going to keep it brief since it's late. To give you everybody an update on West Side Drive project, we did have a water main break yesterday, and the contractor quickly got it back up and going, but obviously not something that we would like to see. The other issue that we're having is Fidium, formerly Consolidated.
Okay.
Oh, the telco provider?
Yes. Anyway, Consolidated Solution. I can't remember what Fidium used to be. Yeah. Essentially has been contacted multiple times throughout our project, has been part of the planning. But the contractor has run into underground lines that are not coming up where they're telling us they should. There's some concern about whether or not any of the people at Westside still are on these lines, yada, yada, yada. So Steve Cronin is working with legal to see what we can do because we don't feel that we should have to incur the cost. We kept them in the loop through the whole project. So he's working on that. They've sent a message out to the neighbors in the neighborhood trying to see if anybody's still using Fidium and different things. So, and then to be honest, between working on this budget presentation and some personnel issues, I've been quite busy, but yeah.
Yes, you have.
The budget presentation was aces.
Thank you. That was Corey and I together, so.
Time well spent.
I did not put this together. She put this together. I came in this morning and said, yeah, that looks good. Really, she did a great job.
It was nice to have some visual aspects to it.
Break it up.
The dollar bill was a hit.
Yeah.
Clearly.
Any questions for Ms. Roy? Okay, seeing none, we'll go to Select Board Committee reports. Selectwoman Gilman?
And the only thing I have to report on for town committees was the Energy Committee, which spent the since last Thursday with the window dressage program, assembling the window inserts, and they're finishing up this Thursday.
Okay.
So it's been a longer time. We had more volunteers, and we had more applications for units. So it's becoming more popular. We've gotten members from energy committees in other towns to come volunteer here, and maybe what the energy committee had hoped for was other communities to take it on, so we don't have to.
Right.
And that, I think, is going to happen.
Okay.
I have a whole lot of state stuff that I don't want to be, I'm going to do from here. I'll cut down on the list that I have here, but I'm not giving my opinion on anything. I just want to let you know what's coming up. One is the exercise we went through tonight with the budget thing. Someone wants to prohibit that PowerPoint from being printed and handed out to voters. So I had the same thing last year. There's one to raise the limits on elderly exemptions, which I said. Another one dealing with intermunicipal water and sewer agreements, which we can already do and are already doing, but they want to get DES involved, and DES could override any decisions made by those two towns. Skip that one. They want to repeal the motor vehicle registration fee. And the big one was to mandate planning and zoning board members be certified, take a online test, open book test, be certified within 60 days of being appointed, and then annually after that. You can think about it what you will. A couple other default budget ones. Again, every year we deal with that. Tax caps. Veterans with 100% disability would get a 100% exemption from their taxes. And repealing the Housing Champions program.
Thank you.
So that's a light duty of what we're actually at
Well,
this year.
there's some stuff too in our packet under correspondence. I don't know if you saw that.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Selectwoman Belanger.
It's hard to not comment on any of that, but okay, I'm going to focus on my planning board meeting that I had on Thursday, January 8th. We had a public hearing on an amendment to our site plan review and subdivision regulation. We had a few gentlemen in the past come talk to us about our pedestrian, what we're working on. So this was a compromise, and we're going to focus on some more for the next year. But we have a new section 8.7.9 bicycle infrastructure. All proposals for the planning board are encouraged to incorporate bicycle-friendly design elements such as bike rack, secured short and long-term bicycle parking facilities, including internal bicycle storage, shared use paths, or connections to existing bicycle paths. The planning board may require such infrastructure based on factors including but not limited to the scale of development, proximity to existing bicycle paths, developments that generate public traffic, example, schools, parks, or where bicycle access is necessary to mitigate traffic impacts or improve safe circulation. The purpose of this amendment is to respond to a citizen's petition requesting that the planning board provide opportunities to expand bicycle infrastructure and thereby better facilitate the use of this mode of transportation. which the planning board was all for, and to continue the conversation to how we can do more in the future. Because it started out with wanting anybody developing anything to have. So we wanted to take some steps and go from there. And then the Wiley Creek Company came for some amendments to a previously approved plan. I recused myself from that, but their requests were granted. And then we had a housing advisory committee the next morning, January 9th, and we had a great meeting with the director of the Exeter Housing Authority, and we talked about possibilities to facilitate some cooperation for possible workforce housing options. And then we talked about the Housing Champion Award. I don't know how many charrettes are allowed per year, so we'll have to look into that because we were talking about another housing charrette. So I don't know if there's a limitation, but that is my report.
Thank you. Selectwoman Cowan.
Do you want me to talk about the Water and Sewer Advisory Committee?
How about it?
Okay. So both Selectman Chartran and I went to the Water and Sewer Advisory Committee. Per our mandate from the Select Board, we dealt with a number of abatements, and we had a discussion, which will come before the board, about the Lindt Chocolate Factory request for additional capacity where they are located, and that will be
February 2nd.
February 2nd, which I will not be at, but we already voted on it there, and so you have my vote on record.
We voted to recommend to the select board.
Which, if I then took my own advice, I would vote to move forward.
We'll get her done.
Great. I leave it in your capable hands.
Thank you. Selectman Chartran.
Thank you, Selectwoman Cowan, for giving that report. I was a busy guy. I had 5 different meetings, including that one. I am not going to subject you to that at 10:30 at night. I'm going to pocket this report for our next meeting.
Okay.
I'll give it then.
Okay.
When the hour will be earlier. I do want to say, however, that I had back-to-back Facility Advisory Committee meeting and Sustainability Advisory Committee meeting on Wednesday. One was at 5:30, one was at 7. And the volunteer that you appointed to both of those committees, Carol Olmsted, she's a star. She did a great job, and I'm so happy to have her joining those 2 committees. It's great to get quality people involved.
Thank you for that.
That's my report.
Last Tuesday, the tree committee met, and I'll keep it brief. We just talked about we're ready to plant as soon as the drought's over, and it's always fun to sit with that group. Correspondence, we have letter from the DRA on 2024 Exeter cyclical revals. There's some information in here on some of the legislative alerts, that some of which Selectwoman Gilman spoke about, and we have the NHMA briefing that we always get. Board calendar, our next meeting is February 2nd. Then we meet February 17th, which is a Tuesday. March 2nd, March 16th, March 30th. And just a reminder, deliberative session is January 31st at 9 o'clock at the high school, and the election is March 10th at the Tuck, starting at 7.
And just be prepared. It's been so cold.
It's very cold.
So get ready for it. We can't control the weather, but
what's the board's availability for a meeting, a public meeting on February 9th? Up here in the Novak room, we can determine a time. It doesn't necessarily have to be 7 p.m., but this would be to invite the public to come and talk with us about what they're looking for in a town manager candidate.
I can do it.
What time would that be?
I would encourage looking at 6, just to be able to say, okay, we are going to be here from 6 to 8. That feels like a very reasonable amount of time.
I agree.
What time is it? 6 to 8?
I am available.
What day?
February 9th. It's a Monday.
Oh.
You're good? Selectwoman Belanger? I know you are. Selectman
good.
Chartrand? And
February.
9th. Ms. Roy, are you available?
I am.
Mr. Stevens, are you available? Wonderful. Can you have that posted, advertised?
Absolutely. Yep.
And I will send a personal email to a citizen we've been corresponding with tomorrow morning, as I promised.
Great.
Anything else before the board this evening?
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Would you entertain a motion to adjourn?
I would.
I make that motion.
It's a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. We are adjourned. Thank you, everyone. Good night.
Julie,
Thank you for
can I take
tuning
a
in to
picture?
Exeter TV. Exeter TV is the town's public and government access channels, available on Comcast channels 6 and 22. Channel 6 is your channel. If you have an idea for a program, want to host your own talk show, or submit a film, we're here to get your content on television. On Channel 22, we bring you live and replay coverage of government meetings and other town updates. A third channel, Blue Hawk Media, is operated by SAU 16 and can be found on Channel 8, with all your school sports, events, and meetings. You can watch Exeter TV online at exeternh.tv, Apple TV, and on Roku. Find us on social media for extra content. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and hit the bell to get notified about live streams and new content. Tune in to our platforms every other Friday to watch the Exeter Biweekly Report, with recaps of recent events, updates from town departments, and messages from nonprofits in your area. If you head to our website, exeternh.tv, we invite you to sign up to our newsletter to receive monthly updates about new content, upcoming meetings, and more. We'd like to thank you for taking the time to watch Exeter TV and hope that you tune in to our other content as well.